like I don't feel, I feel like, if anything, I feel proud that I can actually still at least fucking speak it and understand it.
Yeah.
But
I mean, isn't that the most important part, to be able to communicate and be understood?
yeah,
Like,
exactly.
and the things that we feel so guilty and shameful about are usually like petty shit, like stupid shit, you know?
Yeah. And I mean, and it's all rooted when in our like developmental age, like 0 to 5.
Right, right. And that's why it's so important for us to go back and address it, because usually it's some piece of nonsense, but it had an emotional impact that was like deep. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like being a kid and we've got this little dumbass toy that wasn't even ours in the first place, and the owner of it, you know, takes it, but in a mean way. You know, that right there could traumatize us all the way into adulthood. And if like we
yeah.
never address it, we're always gonna feel that pain.
And knowing what Snyder talks about with the mirror neurons, he talks about that mirror neurons program. Like they don't only mimic what the person is doing, but it's holographic in nature, so it mimics subconsciously too.
Yeah.
So that's everything right there. Even like what you just said, like, so when someone snatched that from that kid subconsciously mirrored that person's state.
Hmm. Which would explain how also even a small gesture that's similar to what happened can trigger those emotions again. So
Yeah,
again, you know, since everybody on the planet is traumatized and suffering, we're not even interacting with each other. We're dealing with little scenarios that trigger events and memories in Cheetah. You know, like,
and
yeah, yeah, go ahead.
oh, I was gonna say, I was watching this basically I can't pronounce her name, but like Prav Prava something. She's like a yogi,
Mm-hmm.
and she was talking about how the mind, like, so the mind is subtle matter in Vedantic sciences, but and it functions on borrowed consciousness. So it's not like, so she says the reflection of consciousness is animating the mind, and the function of the mind feeds on the sense objects, and then those sense objects become mental impressions, and then the mental impressions become memory, and then it cycles back. But what I was like focused on was it's the reflection of consciousness. So it's not even like, one, where we're interacting with our internal map of reality, and second, it's not even, it's the reflection of consciousness. It's not consciousness itself.
The reflection. So that goes back to what you said a bit earlier about some of us are thinking and some of us are remembering. Is that how you said it?
Yeah, thinking versus remembering.
Thinking versus remembering.
That's from Bandler. He basically, like, when people think that they're thinking, they're actually remembering.
Right. Right. Yo, so that ties in also to the free will shit.
Yeah,
We're not manifesting free will. We're remembering. We're just remembering what's already been put inside of us. That's not free will. That's autopilot. There's different degrees of autopilot. Autopilot doesn't just mean you're a brainless zombie, but if all we're doing is remembering and reacting to stimulus, that's autopilot.
that's why it's in the Bhagavad Gita. It says like even the like rishis act according to their own nature, but nature is still programmed, so it's still patterns. So like they still operate under patterns, but it's just more Satwic.
Yes. Yes. I was reading earlier today about the differences between Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. And, you know, I guess because we jumped to conclusions, I had the assumption that you wanted to break free from any type of pattern. But as long as you're here, you're in a pattern. The difference is like, but the Sattvic patterns are what lead to liberation, right? So Sattvic still has qualities. Rajas has qualities, but the Sattvic qualities, they're still patterns. Like you said, the rishis operate within their own nature. Pattern is nature is patterns.
Yep.
Like what I was seeing on Tapas 2017, one of his videos when he was breaking down Prakriti, and he was no, it was a video about sex or enlightenment. You know, he had to choose one or the other. But basically, he was saying that we all have desire. It's not going to go anywhere. But the thing is, you want to point the desire upward towards buddhi, and that's how it transforms into wisdom. So it's not about diminishing or dissolving or, you know, depleting desire. The only way to extinguish it is to point it in the right direction.
Yeah. Okay. She also brought up, so the buddhi, the dhi part of it. She brought up that that's the type of intellect that's needed to control the vrittis. And that same like d, which is like a refined intellect, that's the same d that's in the Gayatri mantra.
Yeah, that's right.
So like that mantra is talking about like, it's a mantra, like part of it is getting that refined intellect to be able to getting that sattvic nature.
So in order for us to attain liberation, we've got to bring our whole being into a sattvic state. In order to do that, we have to undergo a constant process of self-analysis. Without that, we're not going anywhere.
It's in astrology. Okay, so in astrology, the Antakarana is you build it, and that's part of the sixth house.
In the sixth house,
the sixth house is like so I've got it from this website. I'll send you the link, but it talked about how it breaks each house down like exoterically and esoterically, and then on the sixth house it says the building of the Antakarana.
I feel like I've seen that.
And that's chapter 7 in Tattvashuddhi. It's the whole like inner tool of the mind.
Yeah. Maybe it was Light on Life or somewhere, but I saw Antakarana in there, and I think they related it to the sixth house because I know I saw that within the past month or two.
Oh shit. Yeah, because that. Oh, okay. Because it's like, all right. So I have my contacts on right now. So my contacts augment my visual, like my external visual perception, and enhances it so I can see. So for my internal perception, that's what the Antakarana is when I refine it. It's like contacts for my Antakarana to be able to see the more subtle aspects of myself.
Gotcha.
That's how I look at it.
So the vision has to be enhanced. There has to be an Iron Man suit built in order to undertake this kind of mission.
Yo, that's why. Yeah, that's funny. You said why Iron Man suit. Because when I told you like, oh, give me 5 minutes, I was doing like just like a quick like mantra, like closing my eyes type shit. And I was like, what I was visualizing was like Iron Man and his Jarvis, like how everything's just like out in front of him. Because you were talking about filing cabinets, but for me, that translated as like when Iron Man is in like he has Jarvis up on his screen and he can just see everything. That's what I like visualized, and you just said that. So I'm like, oh shit.
Well, that's where that came from.
Yeah. But
I mean, wow. And it's good to do that because we talked about the granularity, the specificity, and how that allows us more room to work with this mind stuff, you know.
oh no, yeah, that filing cabinet technique was. I mean, I basically made it mine by like the whole Master Chief anchor I have in Cortana. So I just have that. So now it's like instead of a filing cabinet, it's like Cortana just puts a whole like virtual screen up of all this shit.
Yeah. It helps me because instead of having to remember everything at all times, it's as if I utilize a specific state for everyone I'm talking to. So right now talking to you, now all the stuff that we've ever talked about comes up. I don't have to remember it unless we're in conversation, you know,
Yeah.
locking into that state. And, you know, and there's some stuff that I do that could possibly sound creepy to other people. So I don't really divulge all of it, but you know, it's how I help to organize it. You know, there's some people that I do make servitors for that purpose, you know, so that I can remember everything that we've talked
Yeah.
about. And
Because
yeah.
I just like
Uh-oh.
I picked up on that too. Because I was thinking of ways to like uh basically just extract more information when I'm doing like elicitations out of people.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I could just fucking make a servitor.
I mean, you know, it works for multiple ways. I've been using it to help people also, you know, because it's the more that we talk about the oath of the abyss and how nature is all one entity, I can't even look at it anymore as doing things to people or pulling things from people. It's you mentioned the whole Jarvis screen or the Cortana screen. Like for me, that's what all reality is. So every person I talk to is an access point for information from the cosmos. You know, it's not like I'm talking to a person with their own memories and shit. Everyone
Yeah.
everyone is a channel for me now, whether they're spiritual or not. I'm channeling through them.
Yeah. I feel that. Because for me last week I went to the beach also, and it was it was a inspiration point, and there was this guy. He had like his kid was deaf, and he was just like smoking. He was smoking and like looking at the beach, and he was like, "Hey," I was like, "Yo, what's up? Like, how you doing?" And he was like, "I'm doing all right." And I'm like, "Damn, it's a super beautiful night out." And he's like, "Wow, man, it's just so nice over here." And I was like, "Oh, you know, I'm from around here, blah blah blah." And basically, like the way he was talking, like you could just tell he would like one. You could tell that he definitely had Purva Shada in his chart. Like I wanted to like, "Yo, what's your birth time?" But obviously couldn't do that. But he was
Yeah.
like, "Yo, this is just so peaceful," and like he kept on like calming and peaceful and all that. And he was smoking, and he was like, "I don't even know why I'm smoking right now. Like I feel bad smoking because I'm just like I'm already at peace." And then I basically like I was like, "Oh, you know how you can anchor a boat?" I was like, "You could anchor this experience or whatever." And then I gave him one of my there was a crystal in my backpack, and I gave that to him, and then like he basically left.
Oh,
But that was more of an anchor for me than I feel like me giving him the crystal was an anchor for him.
yeah. I peeped the technique there also.
Yeah.
The metaphors, man. That's the sweet cream.
Yeah.
You know how you can anchor a boat.
He was like, "Yeah, of course." And I was like, "I just
In the same
I was like,
fashion
"You
and
can
manner,
anchor
you
this
can
whole
anchor this moment.
experience." And
Yo,
like he was like, "Anchor the experience." I was like, "Yeah."
that is extremely. That's fire right there. That's fire right there. You know how you anchor a boat when you want it to stay in place and be still and capture the moment. In the same way, you can anchor this moment.
Yeah.
You can allow yourself to feel infinite bliss rushing through your body rapidly from head to toe,
I
just
told
like
him, I was like, when I gave him the crystal, I was like, "Notice how you feel like all
oh
that
man,
calmness coming back." And he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Fuck yeah."
hell yeah, I love it. I love it. See, NLP doesn't have to be nefarious and evil. It
So
can
I'm
be
saying,
great
yeah.
things. You can make people feel wonderful effortlessly. I think that's way more rewarding than, you know, other ways.
No, yeah. I mean, Snyder had a post on his Instagram, I think a couple days ago, and it was like basically your job as an NLP practitioner is to just make people feel good about themselves.
I mean, it only returns dividends 100-fold.
Yeah.
Like, why would you be grimy? There's no point being Grammy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because just like we just talked about symbols. I mean, if you consistently make someone feel good with no ill intentions, you become a symbol for good feelings. I mean, why would you not want to be that?
Yeah, man.
Powerful stuff. Powerful stuff. I love it. I love it. I made sigils for some people. Um, Pretty much the whole thing that I did was I made a nest and I made a bunch of eggs. And on the eggs, I put the sigils of specific people with the aim of nurturing them and helping them to develop at a quicker rate. Um, some have really moved forward rather quickly since I've done that. And there have been one or two who, the eggs kind of went spoiled,
Wow.
went kind of stinky in the nest, so they had to be
It
thrown out.
happens.
It's tragic. I hate it. And it's funny because all of them were the same sign, so I think I'm gonna have to leave that sign alone.
Ooh, wow.
But the ones who are making incredible progress are
Do they have like a sign in common too?
yes, yes,
Wow.
good old Aquarius.
Hey.
Speaking of which, greetings, Winter.
Hello.
Yo, what up, Winter?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Talking that weird magic stuff.
Yeah.
Man, my powers have come back online.
Hell yeah.
I have missed them.
Back
Like
online.
I was noticing I wasn't getting a lot of synchronicities and a lot of magical stuff happening to me. Where I decided to buckle down and move last year. And I've just been learning lesson after lesson lately, so I feel good. Feels good. Like the day that my roommate told me that he needs some time, like a year off to sort his thoughts out. I was bummed. I was sad. I realized how attached I was for 1 second. I'm at work, so I'll continue the story later.
Good to hear the progress, though. With me being a Mula ascendant, maybe it would work better if I did a garden instead of a nest. Mula and
Wow.
Rohini. Because Mula's about roots and Rohini's about seeds.
Yeah. Wow.
I'll try it again with the next batch. I wanted to talk about that before we got on, but we'll talk about that later.
All right.
The recommendations that you gave me were really good, and that caused me to go back and do some more research in some of my marketing books. And that just brought back a lot of good ideas that I had but kind of put on the back burner. But I think now I've got enough information and confidence in what we've been talking about to go forward with a new round of projects. It's going to be amazing for everybody, amazing for me and everyone who partakes into this project.
Yeah, I can't wait because I know how like excruciating like amount of detail that you put into your shit. So it's like one, you get a course, but then like you can study the structure of it too.
Right.
So it's like, yeah.
Right. Man, like, and it kind of hurts, but I got used to that making music, like putting all this effort into it and realizing that damn near nobody was listening to it. And out of that percentage, damn near nobody was really like seeing the work that was put into it. So I guess I kind of got used to that. If people would actually watch the season 3 videos it's more than just the message going on. Like it's more than just what I'm talking about. That thing is chock full of NLP, chock full. And I saw it work. I was getting comments and responses exactly to what I was intending for. So I know that I got that shit down. So just adding like stuff like you mentioned and like some of this other stuff, it's gonna be phenomenal. I'm excited.
Yeah, hell yeah, I can't wait to see.
But the only thing is just going through that process that I was talking to you about last night, I believe, whatever time is, hours ago, we'll say. Just that deep analyzation of self, like relentlessly asking questions, right? Like, okay, what are we doing? Da 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 da. Da. Why are we doing it? Oh, but you know, keep asking questions until it's hard to answer, right? Most people run away at that point, but it's like I'm really having to stay on myself because I'll notice like what the mind will do is it'll drift off to a distraction, and then I'll have to bring it back. And sometimes it may be an hour before I come back, 5 minutes, but it's like I have to constantly be on myself. Where are we trying to go? Okay, boom. What are the steps we need to do to get there? Okay, boom. What's the very next thing you can do right now to get there? Oh yeah, well here's why I'm having trouble because da 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 da. Let's play Fortnite. No, come back. We didn't finish. Let's get back to what we were doing.
Yeah, it's just that self-refinement,
Yes,
like polishment.
And while it may not seem like much or it may seem annoying or frustrating, like if you do this consistently, like it literally changes your behavior and your thought process. You know, because now you're able to see where other people don't go through that process, where people face a little bit of resistance in their minds and then they run away.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be rich. Everybody wants to be, you know, famous or whatever. But like when you sit down and start to ask the questions, look at how quickly people run away. That's another thing that NLP helps people with is that you get to ask the right questions and notice when the running away happens and notice how to bring the person back. You know, meditation and mindfulness helps with that too, because when we're sitting still, we're practicing bringing the mind back to now. Bring the mind back to now. Watching it run and not beating it up, not being hostile, just okay, let's come back. Let's come back. That's not easy.
Nope. But I think that's how the like the mind goes from like after that, like slowly by slowly, that those like little things add up exponentially. So then like that control of the mind when you do get there is like it lasts way longer. Like the periods that you have to call it back start like lessening.
Yes. Now we find that we're spending days on end in awareness, weeks on end in awareness. And it's no surprise that we begin to have more lucid dreams because we're practicing awareness so much that it's happening in our sleep. I don't know why people don't connect those dots between meditation, awareness, and lucid dreaming and astral travel. It's not like you just, oh, I want to astral travel, so I'm going to read a book or listen to somebody talk about it. There's a missing ingredient. All these courses and shit, they have missing ingredients that they don't tell people because it keeps you buying stuff.
Which is the actual practice. I mean,
yes, it's the practice. That's why they can sell all these courses with this intense information because they know you're not going to practice it. That's the difference.
yeah.
Like the book that I suggested that you read in the beginning where it talked about Nevada or Arizona.
Um
The expert I think it was expert book.
Oh yeah.
So when I first got those books, I was like, holy shit, this is the whole game. Why is this guy giving out the whole game? I don't understand. Isn't he going to lose money? Da, 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 da. I wondered that for years. But then I realized, 95% of the people that get this aren't going to undertake the process. Most of them won't finish the book, but they're damn sure not, and even less amount is damn sure not going to practice it. So yeah, we can sell books and talk about the information all day long because we know that people are going to come. It's going to sound good, but very few people are going to actually do it. That's why do the work is so important.
Yeah. Man.
Look at the whole, working out and stuff, the gym. How many people, I mean, you were working there. How many people have gym memberships but didn't actually show up?
Bro, I mean, those, like, that's a lot, most of the revenue, to be honest, the people that don't come.
You know, we want to do things, but there's a disconnect when it comes to actually working for it. And it's not that people are bad. It's not that people are lazy. It's not that people are stupid. Like, I don't think like that anymore. Nobody's
Yeah.
stupid. Nobody's bad. It's just that everyone's in a trance, and everyone is struggling with their traumas, and people really don't know how to get from point A to point B. They see point B, they see that they're at point A, but they don't see that connection. They don't see the line in between. I know what that's like. I spent most of my life there, wanting something but not living it and not knowing how to get there. So it's like get rich quick schemes. They sound so good, like working at that bullshit ass job, getting beat up every day emotionally and mentally and physically. But, some dude's coming up online like, yo, make, thousands of dollars without lifting a finger. Just buy my course for 3,000 bucks. Of course I'm gonna buy that course. And then I find out everything in there, and it's like, this all sounds so good, but I don't know where to start. Overwhelmed.
Yeah, that's how the Vedic stuff came off at first for me. It's like, oh, sounds so good, but what?
Yes, and that's why we talk about it and discuss it and do what we're doing here now, because from these discussions you get glimpses of how other people are connecting A to B. You know, we see how other people are doing, and that's how we learn because we're social creatures. That's why we read these books to see how the author went from point A to point B. But for groups like this, it's like we see people who are in our peer group doing it, so it makes it accessible.
Yeah, I'm realizing when I had that Veil of Paracast experience, like that really was what it was. Like it's so weird. Like I gotta take some time to find the words to explain it, but basically, like with my cities or my powers coming back online, you know, it's the synchronicities that were in place when it happened are like happening now. And but on like a more positive arc, if that makes sense. Like I told you when like I was watching that, I was asleep, but I was like awake watching this streamer man versus game play Monster Hunter, and he was like literally talking to me, like, "Oh, night's here. Don't you guys feel her presence and shit?" And I'm just like, "Yo, like, what the fuck?" And
Yeah.
so I recently bought Monster Hunter for PC, and so did my roommate, and we were just playing it. And then that's when, you know, he sat down and talked to me like, I need some time to get my mind straight. And I was like, okay, well, all right. And then, accepting that. And then the moment I went back home, like as soon as I turned into the driveway, I got a job offer. So that was pretty neat. That was like, what? Like, it was just waiting for me to like pass the veil again, pretty much.
It's amazing what those anchors can do when you tap into them. So you know that experience you had created a couple of anchors, right?
Yeah, sorry, I'm at work, so I'm on mute, guys. Sometimes.
I understand. Beautiful stuff. We as a culture don't realize how asleep we are, how deep into a trance we are. Like we really don't understand that. It goes beyond just wanting something or not wanting something, you know. For someone to say, I'll use this example. For someone to make a YouTube video that says, I'm not coming back to this dimension when I reincarnate. Now all of a sudden everybody's saying, oh, I'm not coming back. But before that video, you never even heard the concept. So how do you know you're not coming back? You know? How do you even know what it entails? How do you know anything about it? We don't. We're just remembering and not thinking. If we were thinking, we might think, where does this concept come from? What's up, Stuff Dog?
Man, what's up with it, man? What's up with y'all? Y'all doing all right?
Doing mighty fine. Doing mighty fine. How about yourself?
Man, I'm good. I'm good, man. Appreciate you asking.
No problem.
Please continue. Please continue. I was listening.
So yeah, we don't really understand how deep of a trance we're in as a race, as a species, as a culture. Most everything that we have on our minds to do was put there by someone else's conversation or some other thing that we saw. So just like the yogic texts say, in a manner of speaking, we're not thinking, we're just remembering stuff. We're just remembering stuff because everything triggers a different memory. Everything just triggers a memory. And if we don't have control over those triggers, there's no free will. There's no free will. We think that we have free will just because it sounds good and we don't like the idea of something else controlling us. But the fact of the matter is, we're not thinking, we're remembering stuff. So where does free will fit into that? And most of the stuff that we're remembering are trauma responses and trauma experiences. A lot of these memes that we laugh at, we're laughing at our own trauma. So of course, if we're stuck at a job that we hate, yet we want to be rich and we want to be free and we want all the other stuff, if we're not able to connect the dots to get there, of course we're going to be stuck. And connecting the dots involves a thinking process, not remembering. Hoping, wishing, and praying, like that's part of the equation. But there has to be thought process involved to connect those dots. It's an active process. Remembering is a passive process. I think of, in my youth, I didn't have very good luck with females. And, the trauma of that constantly would just replay with every experience to the point where it was like, well, fuck it. I guess I'm destined to be lonely. Not considering that maybe there's an active process to learn how to get better, quote unquote.
Yeah.
I can look back now, just at the stuff that I have been studying and just realizing how much time I could have saved and how many experiences that I could have avoided, this, that, and the third, if I had just picked up a book on the subject.
Bro. It's like preaching to the choir, man. I think about that. I talk to my friends about that all the time. Like, man, if we had the mind now that we had, then how crazy our life probably would have been, or you could have just, well, I'd say, how much more you could have experienced,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. But that memory you're talking about, is that what they call Rambanda?
I believe so.
Okay.
You've got the what's that book called? The Robert Svoboda book about Tantra.
The not the Agori books.
Yeah, Agora.
Oh, Gore. Okay.
Yeah, he's got a chapter on it in there. I haven't read that one yet, but I skimmed through it. I saw something about it being a connection with other people that we have to kind of pay off involving karma.
Yeah, you kind of got to play your role, So is that what, like you kind of got to play your role in life? You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I was more
But you don't got
referencing.
it. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was more referencing the cheetah aspect of how we've got the cheetah and the samskaras. The
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, talking about remembering versus thinking, and how
Okay.
it's easier to remember that shit. It's easier to just pull up those cheetah and samskaras because they're already there and they're reinforced. They take no effort. Whereas thinking is painful. Like, like what I was saying earlier about what I've been doing with myself lately, just digging, asking questions about what I want and how I'm going to get there. And noticing that when it comes to a point where I'm not able to answer the questions immediately and I got to think about it, that's when it starts getting a little bit painful. And the mind naturally wants to run away to something pleasurable, right? So I'm sitting here going through my thought process. You know what I'm saying? I'm answering all the easy questions, but when it starts getting real hot, suddenly I want to go turn on the Xbox. Suddenly I want to go cook some food. Suddenly I want to go do something else, right? So it's in those moments that we really build the resilience and strength of mind compared to body, mind over matter, they say. It's in those moments that thought process is happening versus the remembering. That running towards pleasure and running away from pain, that's memory.
Right. And I guess I was referring to when you were saying that, it's stimulus that bring those up because they already there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you could smell something and it'll bring up a memory, a samskara. You know what I'm saying? And I guess that's what I was getting at when I was talking about the body memory and those the body and those memories that it'll bring up when you could just pass by something that reminded you of something when you were little, and then there is a samskara that pops up. You know what I mean?
Sure, absolutely. And
Right.
that's also part of it because we go through our day-to-day life constantly experiencing data, right, from our senses, and it's constantly bringing up those memories, and that's what our thoughts consist of. That's what our mind is consisting of, all these different triggers. So we wake up, it's morning time, so our body feels a certain way, kind of groggy, kind of halfway here. Through years and years of patterning and conditioning, we can already taste the toothpaste, before we get up and grab it to brush our teeth. You already know what time it is when you're about to put on the coffee. You're going to cut on the radio. You know what songs are going to play. And whenever the songs do play, if you have pleasurable memories with them, now you're filling yourself with the pleasurable memories. Or if you're like me, you got your own playlist so that, you can trigger these memories intentionally. In other words, our whole day is filled with just triggering. We cut on social media. We're seeing whatever the hot topic is in the world that everybody's going, batshit over. We're going to keep seeing that. That's going to continue being reinforced. We're going to talk about it with our friends until the next one comes out, not realizing that these are loops that we're stuck in. A book I read a long time ago said that, well, it was coming from a different perspective. What was it called? A New Paradigm, a handbook for the new paradigm. I bought it to make an audiobook for it, but I never opened it. But anyways, it more talks about nature in an antagonistic way, and almost, I don't really follow this train of thought, but it was very interesting about how these external beings are kind of keeping us here as a prison, and within this prison of nature, we're stuck in these loops, and the only way to break free from these loops is to have original thought and maintain original thought. So you've got to be one step ahead of the machine, of the matrix, so to speak. Prakriti and nature being the matrix. You got to be one step ahead of it by consistently not doing what the pattern expects. And that really impacted me because at the time, I thought that was a pretty interesting thing. So I made it a point for myself to consistently try to not submit to natural patterns and just try to do something I haven't done before. Try to think thoughts I've never thought before, constantly try to keep things fresh. I think that doing that helps to keep you above and ahead of the curve.
That's true. That's true. I think
Left
what
of
you're saying.
bang.
Hmm?
I just said left of bang.
Oh yeah, that too. Left to bang.
Yeah, I was gonna say there was a game that I used to play when used to go. We used to when I used to live in Dallas, and we used to go downtown. And I was doing exactly what you're saying. It was like we would write out a list of things that we would write out a list of things that if we saw it, we would have to follow it. Like it would be like if you saw like a white rabbit, and then if you walk in and you seen somebody with a white rabbit on their shirt, you would follow them. And then it would be like if you seen like a stick or something, and you seen somebody with a cane, you would have to follow that person. You know what I mean? And you would follow him and follow him and follow him until it led you into a certain place. And then in that place, it was crazy because it would be something that you was looking for, or something that you always wanted, or some crazy shit. It would be some kind of crazy like synchronicity, or you know what I mean? But that was like fun. It was like, you know, going off the beaten path instead of just planning. We would just go down there and just experience, you know what I mean? And that was like the most fun that we would have when we would go downtown. You know what I mean? It was crazy.
Did you know that they made an app out of that? They made that game into an app now.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. It made news because at some point, some kid, more than one person, followed it and found dead bodies and like murders and shit like that.
Oh shit. You
Like
talking
one,
about, oh, I know what you're talking about. You talking about yeah, I heard of that app you talking about. It's called
Geocaching?
yeah,
Yeah.
geocaching. Yeah, that shit.
that's crazy that you guys were doing that before. Look at that, nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, we were just doing it, man, and it was fun, you know, and it was just me and my family, and then we got like other family members involved, and we would just end up in the wildest places, and it was just cool, you know what I mean? But it was just something that we was just doing. But I always try to go left. I'm you know, that's why I'm left hand, well, you know, left hand path. I'm always trying to go against society. I always think of that commercial where it's got all of those people moving in the same direction on the conveyor belt, and then some people just kind of realize it and get out of line. You know what I mean? That's what I always thought about or think about.
Indeed.
That was in that new Pixar movie called Soul, pretty much. That's like really what it was about. Like, you know, you realized he was dead and he was on that conveyor belt and he pretty much just jumped off of it, thinking that like there's something else needed to like achieve in life, you know. Yeah, it was a pretty good movie.
Yeah, I like that little movie, man. It's pretty good. It's got some concepts in it that, you know, speak to the shit that we talk about.
Soul.
That's a Pixar cartoon little movie. But you know, we talked about this. I think I brought this up before when you were just talking about culture. You know, because that's like the main thing that we follow without even thinking. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I got so many examples of that in my family, and I just watch it now because I'm aware. You know, and I'll say stuff, and my mama say, you know, I didn't raise you like that, and you
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean, and that's always funny to me right now. But I don't say anything to buck the system. I left that alone a long time ago. I was just say, you know, you're right, you know what I mean. But it's just funny to hear, you know, those concepts. You know, people want you to be exactly you know, they have this idea of what you are supposed to be. You know, it's like a
Right.
character that you are in their mind. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And understanding that there's no way around that. Understanding that there's no way around that. It For me, it puts the power back in my hands because if our relationships are nothing more than access trigger symbols, right? That means that every person symbolizes a specific type of energy that you receive from them. So everyone has, you know, a father energy, a mother energy, a lover energy, a child energy. Everybody has these different types of relationships. And that's what we pull from nature through these channels. So knowing that instead of being an automatic channel, you have the ability to become a specific type of channel for others to pull from. And that only enhances those qualities within self. That is, to me, that's self deification. Like I know that other people like Michael W. Ford or Brother Panic may talk about self deification in a different way, proclaiming that you're God or whatever. But truly, if you control the symbol that you represent to other people, can you realize the magnitude of that?
Yeah, that's deep. That's deep, yo. Because
Self
you already got
empowerment.
a. I'm sorry. I was going to say you already got like a line to their brain because of that connection that they have with you. So, you know, you can play with that. You know, like you were just saying.
Exactly. I learned that from working with the Goetic spirits. I learned that, you know, they're actually archetypes, not only in my mind, but in everybody's mind. So when I'm working with Goetic spirits, I'm working with that part of access that's within everybody. And I just got to thinking that, well, shit, not only are these spirits access points to energy, we are access points to energy for each other. So why not recreate myself in my own image? And that's what we do unconsciously. That's what anyone that begins to gather large amounts of attention,
Try to
it happens
leave
naturally.
where they live.
What was that?
Where they're living, and they'll, you know, go.
I think you're breaking up. Hello, hello.
You know, you can recreate yourself anytime you want. I'm sorry, I must be clicking in and out.
I think so. So yeah, I think that this happens naturally with anyone who begins to amass a large amount of attention. You know, whether you're any kind of celebrity or community figure or what the fuck ever, if you have eyes on you, so many eyes on you, you can't help but become that symbol. That's why it's so hard for people, you know, that often lose themselves when they begin to get attention. They become what the people want them to become. It's hard to fight against that current. That's a pattern. When you've got a bunch of people who relate to you and access you for a certain kind of energy, that energy naturally overwhelms the other types of energies present in you. And if you're not aware of how to manage that, it'll absolutely consume you. Now you'll be in conflict with your public image versus your private image. Amazing.
Man, you see that all the time too.
Yes.
That's basically what Hollywood is. I mean, none of those people are what they appear to be. You know, it's all an illusion.
Absolutely none of them, right? Because even those
Nope.
people are going through traumas physically, emotionally, and mentally.
Yep. And the pressure of being that which everybody wants you to be all the time, where everybody, you know, like I was saying, everybody has this character in their mind of what you are, and the pressure you having to, you know, be that all the time. You know, that's why they run around, you know, hiding themselves all the time and stuff like that, man. Because like you were saying, that pressure busts pipes and it gets to them motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm. Right, right. And it don't even got to be on a big scale. Like, look at the church pastors, right? It's hard to keep up a holy image 24/7 if you're a human who's not really doing that work. If you're not doing yoga science, if you're not taking it seriously, it is extremely difficult, if not impossible. That's why we see these stories of these so-called good people, holy people, you know what I'm saying, suddenly get busted with some sex stuff. You know, something that you wouldn't expect because they had to put up this act and this front of being so holy, that they were starving that part of themselves, so it wasn't extinguished.
That's why I quit the act, man. I quit the act. I've reduced a lot of the things that I had. Like I only wear in the wintertime, I only wear sweatsuits. And in the summertime, I only wear basketball shorts and t-shirts. I wear the same shoes all the time. I'm just me. I'm like the natural me. I'm so me, it scares people. If
Yes,
that makes sense.
absolutely. There's this weird effect that when somebody, again, as symbols, you become that black sheep, and the black sheep has a unpredictable effect on people because they don't know how to categorize you. So it's easy to categorize the black sheep as the devil. Oh, that person is the devil. He's evil. Stay away from him. He ain't got nothing to do with the Lord. And then there's some people who are intrigued by that. There's some people who are turned on by that. There's some people who are mesmerized by that. I mean, look at all of us here. We're all here because when we see that black sheep type of character, we see ourselves in that character. Am I wrong?
You are not wrong, sir.
Shoot, when I first found out about Marilyn Manson, I fell in love. When I first saw Slipknot and I saw this band of screaming, angry dudes with masks and all this creepy shit, I became obsessed. When I saw these type of things that were so different from the mainstream, and it was so cool, and I could see that they were able to do what they wanted to do without having to be contained within any society norms. Like, something about that just captivated me. And it's because that is how I see myself, I mean, you may not have been you may not have been into that kind of thing, but I guarantee that through our lives, there have been, certain heroes or figures or channels that represented that black sheep energy that was different from the society norms. And I think that relates to why Aleister Crowley said that in order to really talk about occult information publicly, you've got to take the character of either the devil, the clown, or the insane person, because it's easier for the general public to categorize those three archetypes.
You're
breaking up stuff.
It was oh damn again. Man, I just moved in this house, man, and I gotta get my internet game together.
Congratulations on the move.
I appreciate it, man. It's like a weight just lifted off my shoulders when I got in this joint, man. It's like I can be me again.
Hell yeah. Nothing like being yourself.
Am I coming through now?
You just came through then.
Okay, all right. Is it just trying to say for when you was talking about you and Marilyn Manson, and that dark side. Mine wasn't so dark because I was still into the Christian thing, but it was when I saw the Hebrew Israelites, and they represent that I guess that other side of the game. You know what I mean? They weren't positive. They weren't, they was out there giving it to people, and that was my thing, man. Because I was like, man, if that because that was what I was reading in the Bible, and I was like, well, this is really how you're supposed to be, because I was trying to be whatever it was that I was supposed to be. You know what I mean? So I went that route for a minute, and it was just so refreshing to be able to not fake it. You know what I mean? Because I am that rowdy kind of, I'll say any damn thing. You know what I mean? And that was kind of but I had to hide that so much, being around my family and everybody acting so holy all the goddamn time. You know what I'm saying? And so being able to say, okay, I am still associated with y'all, but I'm just doing I'm just going full in, while y'all are just kind of playing the role, that's what kind of brought me in, and then I kept searching and then found I think it was like Michael W. Ford or somebody first, and then like the introduction to the Baphomet and all of that, and Panic, and it wasn't Panic, it was Bobby Hemmett first, and then Panic, and then it was over for me, Yeah, it was over.
That's what I was gonna say. For a lot of people, it wasn't no Marilyn Manson and Michael W. Ford. It was Bobby Hemmett, right? That's why a lot of people have idolized him like that, because he became that channel for them to express a side of themselves that they didn't have a way to express before.
Correct. That's self-deification. What he did, that's definitely he definitely became what he set out to be. I think.
Yes. And what I have discovered through my work over the years, what I discovered a long ass time ago, was that in order to become immortal in the minds of men, you must align yourself with something immortal already. And I didn't quite understand what that meant before, but I fully understand it now. What is immortal in the minds of men are archetypes. In order to become immortal on this plane, you have to align yourself with an archetype. You have to become that archetype. So when we talk about the Emerald Tablets of Thoth and how Thoth reincarnated in different bodies and all that shit, sure, it could have been an actual alien dude with
it's
bodies.
9 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. With bodies stored in tombs. Sure, I don't know, I wasn't there. But what is more realistic and attainable to my mind is that there are people who are able to tap into that archetype and become that archetype. Because when you reach that level of archetype, you reach a new access to information, a new data. When you fully become the Thoth entity or the Hod sphere or the Mercury or whatever, the Dionysus, whatever entity, you begin to channel in pure information of that source. If you become a solar entity, a Venusian entity, a lunar entity, right? Tree of life. When you really set your mind to become one of those, or rather I should say, when you realize that's what you are, because we don't pick these things, they pick us. They're eternal, we're temporary. When you align yourself with one of those entities purely, you gain a new access to data that just flows through you. So there's no more need to read books and all this stuff. You literally are tapped into source. And for you to say that Bobby Hemmett did that, I certainly agree. That was the whole premise behind actually choosing these God names. Everybody's got these names of some god or whatever, but they certainly don't understand what they're doing. Most people don't understand any of this occult stuff.
Yeah, I got that. I had an incident when I was in Texas, and it's funny, but it involved my wife, a woman, like we were talking about one time. But my son was in basketball skills, where he was just learning skills. We had put him in skills with this coach, and he was a guy from, I think he was from like Dubai, but he played on like the Dubai national team or whatever. So he was, he could play basketball. Am I still breaking up?
No, I hear you.
Okay, all right. And so my wife came home and told me that she had a run-in with him, and he was, kind of yelling at her, kind of talking down to her, because, that's their culture or whatever. And so I was like, okay. And so the next time that he was supposed to go, I decided to take him. But something told me, it was like weird. It was like I started to dress for the occasion. Like I put on a pair of army fatigue shorts. I put on a black T-shirt. I put on my top necklace. I put my hair back or whatever. I had my tennis shoes and they was laced up, which is not normally what I do. Because something told me that this was going to be an altercation, like an incident, like, what I'm saying, an altercation, and sure as shit stink. That shit popped off exactly the way I saw it popping off in my mind. So much so to where they gave us a refund and called the police on me, and I had to leave the YMCA
Oh
with
man.
my 4-year-old. But it was funny, man, because like it was like you just said, I embodied those energies, with the army fatigue, and I wanted to put the taught necklace on for wisdom, in that altercation, so it's easy for them to say, and we get shot all the time over bullshit, so I wanted wisdom. I didn't want to just go in there and put my hands on the guy, you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
it definitely went it went a couple of notches above normal, and it was crazy, man. But it was like I knew to kind of dress for the occasion, like that was gonna happen. You know what I mean?
Yes. Been observing the body lately, and something tells me that the body has its own intelligence. I think I've been talking down about the body a lot, not really understanding that even the body has its intelligence. Now, it may be inferior in relation to like higher mind, but the body still has its own intelligence. I mean, think about it. The body is sitting here balancing all this complex formulas and algorithms. Like if the water pressure is too high, if there's too much salt, too much liquid, you have to go piss. It releases it. You don't control that. The body regulates the blood flow, the breathing, the bowel movements, digestion. It regulates so many things. The body is very intelligent, and then we've got emotions, and it has its own intelligence, and we've got mental, thought process and all that stuff. But I was just thinking, in relation to what you just said, sometimes when we get this gut feeling or this intuition, there's different minds that we really have to take into consideration. I believe that the body has, well, let me state it properly. When it's working in harmony and when it's really in tune with its surroundings, I believe that the body has some very intuitive capabilities, some very predictive capabilities. I think we've all had experiences when we end up doing something just because, and coming a little bit later to find out, oh wow, what a coincidence, I'm glad I did that thing. But I've got some experiences. I guess I can't really say because it might hurt somebody's feelings, but um naturally my body gravitated towards purchasing some items, you know and within maybe a week or two, I see why I was prompted to get those items. Like nothing intellectual told me to get it. It was just a feeling, a gut feeling to do it. And now I understand and I see that I must have picked up a sense somewhere that something was going to change. And these items that I purchased were exactly what I needed to supplement the change. Catch my
Yeah,
drift?
yeah.
Kind of
No,
like what you were
exactly.
saying about your body knew to dress a certain way and to get prepared a certain way. Sometimes we know. Sometimes the body knows what it's going to encounter.
I can 1,000% agree, man. And that body intelligence, I mean, I mean, and just look at the way it, like you said, the way it functions. I mean, like when you cut yourself, I was telling my son about body intelligence, and I was like, man, when you cut yourself, your son don't I mean your arm don't grow ass meat on it. It
That's
grows the
me.
same skin, it grows the same skin that it grows, that it's supposed to, and all of your cells are the same thing, but they have an intelligence to specify. You know what I mean? You don't, you don't break a finger, you don't tear your finger off and grow a nose on it. You know what I mean? So the body is super intelligent, and if that's inferior to what we truly are, man, that is insane.
Truly insane. And it's borrowed equipment. It's borrowed equipment. Um, James G in the chat says the body is intelligent because it's still you. It's all you. There's truth to it from a level, and there's also other realities about that from another level. to me, I see this body as borrowed material. It's not mine. This ain't me. This belongs to Prakriti. All of this belongs to nature. Every manifest, tangible, physical thing belongs to nature. It manifests on borrowed time, and it will certainly return back to dust from where it came. So no, the body isn't me.
1000%.
It's very.
And you can't get out of here with this bitch either, man. You know, people talking about they going to the stars or gonna colonize Mars. They gonna find out real quick.
That's cute. The notion.
It sounds good.
You know, I'm gonna be in a spaceship. I'm gonna see the red dirt. I'm gonna be one of the first people to colonize. You know, that sounds real cool. But come on.
Guys, I'm psychic.
I know it.
Oh my god. Something I just thought of yesterday just came true. What the fuck?
What you had thought of?
This is customer that I always talk with and revive, and I was just like, it'd be pretty cool if we became friends or whatever. And he just left my register. He's just like, I don't know how to say this, and I don't want to come off as awkward, but I want to have more than a 20-second conversation. So is there any way you can get your number? Just like, okay, sure. But yeah, that just happened. I was like, what the fuck? I'm trying to keep my calm as it's happening.
Right on time.
Bruh. Bruh moment.
And your human machinery is going to do exactly what it needs to do.
Yeah, and I got back folds. I don't know what's going on, but somebody wants me to have back folds.
Uh-oh. This whole process, this whole biological dance, it's got nothing to do with any of us. I mean, we're here, we're observing it, we're attached to it, we're watching it. But the experience is limited to this 5 cents television show. At the end of the series, it goes back to the studio to be disassembled and reassembled into something else. And what is actually me goes back to where I came from, which is nowhere, as no thing. Ultimate reality exists in one non-place, and that is unconditioned consciousness. And what are the conditions? The conditions are all descriptions. Conditions are time, space, height, length, up, down, left, right, contracting, expanding, anything, any of the 5 senses, all that stuff that we use as descriptive terms, that constitutes objective reality. And that constitutes illusion and temporariness. But all those are the conditions that make reality not ultimate reality. That's why attainment of nirvana or enlightenment or whatever can't be described, because it goes beyond the descriptive terms, beyond classifications. So this whole experience, it's necessary to analyze, because it helps bring us to that conclusion that, whoa, everything that can be analyzed and described ain't it. You don't magically come to this awareness of that, you know? So yeah, we do need to read books. We do need to study. We do need to practice and do ritual and meditation for sure. We need to do all these things because it brings us to the point where we don't have to do it. You don't get to decide when you don't have to read books anymore. You don't decide when you're done meditating. That's something that's a level that you reach, and you just know it. But it ain't gonna happen anytime soon. For most.
Man, I seen. I was looking at Kobe Bryant and listening to a lot of his talks and stuff right before he passed away, man. And the way he approached the game of basketball, I really think that was like meditation, like, because he would get into a zone where he was almost like not even there. You know, he was channeling something greater than him, which was Jordan at the time. You know what I mean? But it was he channeled Jordan. I mean, you can look at Kobe. Everything Kobe did, Michael Jordan did. You know what I mean? He chewed down to chewing his gum the same way Michael Jordan chewed his gum. And listening to him and talk about the Mamba mentality and the way he would work, you know what I mean, in the gym. That right there, I mean, that made me kind of think, you know, meditation, you know, it ain't just sit down and close your eyes, you know what I mean? It's like you got to reach that level where you are the object that you are meditating on, you know what I'm saying? And I really think that that's what he did. Like, because when he talked about the game, even after he retired, you could tell that he was the game. You know what I'm saying? Like Kobe, like the Mamba, like that Mamba mentality, like he was that, like he deified himself in that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like he became the Mamba. You know what I'm saying? And like Kobe definitely is an enlightened being. If you ask me, from where I sit.
I know what you're saying, because that's exactly what I was saying. When you embody the archetype, you become something greater than man, right? And in our minds, you know, because I come from a previous time, just like you, we knew that Michael Jordan was the greatest basketball player ever to walk the face of the planet. So in a lot of our minds, that was the access for the god of basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And for him to sit here and channel that to the point where he became it, he literally became the deity of basketball. So of course, when you become that thing, you're going to perform in your estimation of how the god of basketball will perform. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If I'm going to sit here and, if I'm going to sit here and channel an entity, for the most part, I'm going to begin to exhibit qualities of what my highest perception of that entity can or would do in this situation. And if I live like that long enough, I begin to manifest qualities even beyond what I could perceive that this entity would do. Because just like the body has an intelligence, intelligence has an intelligence. So if I'm tapping into the source of this archetype and it is utilizing my body now, it's beginning to do things beyond my comprehension. We talk about enlightenment and attaining the spiritual level. We lose ourselves. I, as this person that I have been for all these decades, am not some type of spiritual Jesus thing. I'm imperfect and flawed and constructed out of trauma. So that thing has to die. It's got to go. It serves no purpose, because everybody else on the world is also full of trauma and not really adding to the evolution of mankind. It isn't until we realize that we begin to get rid of that and take on something new and better. And that thing inhabits the body. And that thing adds to the conscious evolution of the species. We're not going to take this flawed being up there. This whole process of doing the work and shadow work and cleansing and purifying is stripping away that thing. Because this personality that we have and this person that we think we are that's so great and amazing is constructed out of trauma and pain, suffering. That's not God. But if you don't come to the point where you realize that, you still got a lot of work to do. It's one of the reasons why I don't like to give out a lot of the NLP sources stuff, because most people aren't in a position where it can be used in a beneficial way. It's like, you know, someone who's a crackhead or an alcoholic, if they become a millionaire, you already know what's going to happen. We don't even have to say it. You know what's going to happen. Likewise, all of us who have our trauma constructed personalities, you know, we start working with spiritual power. If we don't continue purifying ourselves, this is why purification is the most important thing. If we don't continue purifying ourselves, we're going to use that spiritual awareness and power and ability to consume ourselves. because the operator is flawed and damaged and suffering. I was rejected by women all my life, so now I'm going to use mind control to use women for my pleasure. That's a path to destruction. Why not analyze why you feel that you're suffering? Why not analyze why you feel that someone else caused you to suffer? Why not get to the root of that so you can eliminate it? Therefore, there will be no need to use these powers for that type of thing. There'll be no need to use Citry to get women to go naked in front of you. You don't need to do that. If we don't purify and cleanse ourselves, we're not really going anywhere. Humanity is a damaged thing. It's a suffering thing. That's why we're constantly in a trance state every moment of every waking hour and sleeping hour, because we're running away from our pain and we're running away from our trauma and we're trying to mask it and cover it and find something to replace it instead of addressing it. But that running, that is a trance state. It's a pain induced trance state. Just like when someone experiences a car accident or something terrible, they go into shock, right? Our lives are essentially a extended state of shock because we're suffering so much that we put ourselves somewhere else. We might be smoking weed 24/7 and saying, no, I'm not addicted, but you're always high. You know, we might be watching Pornhub or Netflix or whatever stimulus all the time just to avoid the silence. Because it's in the silence that we begin to hear the screams and the cries and the pain, the misery and the suffering. It takes a level of strength to endure that. And it seems that most people don't have that strength. Most people run for years. But just like we were saying at the beginning of this, a lot of us want point B, but we're stuck at point A and we don't know how to get there. We don't know how to get there.
But Trav, is humanity damaged, or is that how it's supposed to be? Because it seems like it's supposed to push you in this direction where you know that you need to get the fuck out of here.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So I guess to specify on a level of identification with humanity, yes, it is flawed. But from an expanded point of view, from realizing that, you know, oh, I'm not actually this body. When you are able to see it from a higher vantage point, we do see that, yeah, this is actually all perfect. It's all perfect. Everyone's not supposed to wake up. You know, some people are here to suffer. Some people are here to suffer for a few lifetimes. And that's perfect. We've all done it. This ain't our first time here. We've been here so long that, you know, we'd probably go insane if we actually saw how many times we've done this. I don't want to know. To think that we've been here doing this for billions of years might make somebody want to give up. But yeah, from a perspective, no, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. And it's something to be loved. I mean, if you want to go that far. Probably best to remain non-attached. Yeah, everything is progressing perfectly. It's no surprise that our society is becoming what it's becoming, you know, even though people are complaining about various aspects of it, but everything's happening according to the way it's supposed to. I think I read a study somewhere. I think it was Snyder that said it. Um, but pretty much within the last 50 or 60 years, the average level of testosterone in males has dropped anywhere from 30 to 50%. So we take that in consideration with the different things that we see developing in the world. It's no surprise. A lot of older people are upset at the way things are changing because they're used to a different world where human beings were literally biologically different. And some people blame it on the food. Oh, McDonald's is putting estrogen and they're injecting cows with estrogen. It doesn't matter how it's happening because it was going to happen one way or another. Because it's supposed to happen. Just like the body is extremely intelligent and whatever we think we are pales in comparison to even that level of intelligence, imagine how much more intelligent nature is, right? Nature doesn't make mistakes. That's not even a thing that nature can do. That's the one thing nature can't do is make a mistake. So everything that we see happening in the world is supposed to be this way. We haven't been here long enough to even have a say in that, to say whether it's right or wrong. We're babies in the face of nature. We're not even babies. We're sperm cells and egg. We're not even that. We're the air that the mother breathes before it becomes a blood cell, before it becomes an egg cell, before it becomes a baby. That's what we are compared to Prakriti. She knows what she's doing. Just because we don't mean it's wrong. What I love about Tatwa Shuddhi is that some of these things that we're discussing here, being in that meditation, these type of things are revealed to me. You know, I'm able to see it. I'm able to experience it. It's just something about being in that expanded state of awareness outside of the body, being able to see creation as a whole thing outside of time. Something about that is so comforting, knowing that it's all so perfect and there's nothing that I need to do because it's already going to happen. Something about that just takes all the stress right out of my system. There's no reason to fret.
I mean, you can see the whole thing, you know. You probably turned into an angel or something.
Sheesh.
I mean, that's what I imagine that those higher beings would be, is just the same thing we are, just inhabiting a body with a different energy system. You know what I'm saying? So if you can raise your consciousness to that level, then that's basically what you become. You know, you're a higher being. You're looking at and being higher, raising themselves to a higher energy system gives them a greater perspective. You know what I'm saying? It's like they done climbed up the ladder a little bit further than we have, so they can see a little bit further than we can. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that's what I imagine, that these higher beings, and even the ones that we imagine as lower, it is, you know what I mean? It's just a greater perspective of what we're in. You know what I'm saying?
Interesting. So to be able to be in that state where you can, like I said, when we try to invoke an entity, we express behavior that we believe that entity would express. So I imagine doing these type of meditations and expanding out that far, we're able, the thoughts that we receive while being in that state, one could relate to that, maybe how these higher entities see the world as well. I mean, really, from my experience, these angelic beings operate outside of time, so they've never been in any sense of urgency or any sense of like terror or anything like that. They always seemed to know what was going on, regardless of what I was talking about. That's why I think certain entities just don't work with you, because there's no point. They understand that you're not worth their time and they're not worth your time. And when others already know that, all right, when this person turns 34, they're going to start working with me. So you start seeing signs and symbols to point you in the right direction. We're talking about entities that live outside of time, awareness and consciousness and data that lives outside of time. I think people that work with spirit seem to forget that.
Yep. Deep shit.
But the best way to really align with that type of life outside of time is to exist in now, because now is also timeless. That's that point, that dot inside of the yin yang symbol. The now is timeless. So that's really the closest we can get to understanding a higher intelligence, is to remain in the now, in the present, to be here now.
Right. Not worrying about the past. I mean, not worrying about the future and fretting over the past. Just being. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Well, I know what you're saying. Yeah. What you saying? Yeah.
That in itself is a strength, just like being able to endure the inner pain of having to think. Being in the now, that takes a strength. Because when we look at the world that the body exists in, everything that we lay our attention to is constantly fighting to grab that attention. You know, I wish that we would notice that around every corner, every couple of weeks, there's something new to keep us entertained or upset or triggered in some way. There's provision for us to be occupied. It never ceases. And if you're able to see that pattern, all that stuff begins to become unimportant. Because while it may look new and different each time, it's the same thing. Whether it's some kind of political thing, some celebrity doing something controversial, some nature disaster, some type of plague, those things keep repeating over and over. You never get a break from it. You never get a break. By the time this little Nas X thing is reaching its end, one of those other categories are going to spark up. Trump's going to do something. Something's going to catch on fire. Some country's going to crack in the middle. Tornado. Something's going to happen. And it keeps going endlessly. So if our awareness is focused on that, what the hell kind of spiritual development are we talking about? What kind of free will are we talking about? It doesn't exist. You're just a part of nature. If that's your life, you're just like the animals in the forest and the bugs in the ground. The ants don't have free will. They travel in a predetermined path. That's why they get so confused when you put something in front of them. So likewise, humanity is moving in a predetermined path. It's not that a group of people sitting around a table is like, yes, let's make the humans focus on this. No, nature constantly provides for us to stay in rhythm, in pattern. You could throw all the Illuminati and the what are they talking about, the pineal gland eating, adrenochrome eating people under the ground in the prison. You could do that, and there will be somebody new to take their place. It's a system. It's a hierarchy. It's like nature.
Yeah, power vacuum, man. Power vacuum.
Mm-hmm. It's no one person. This belongs to an intelligence of a higher degree.
Right.
There's no person doing it. This is nature. It's beautiful. You know, because if we study the Kabbalah, and we could see that we're dealing with rhythm, we're dealing with polarity. You can see some people love it, some people hate it, but they're both under the law of polarity. I prefer to rise above that and appreciate it for what it is. I don't love what's going on. I don't hate what's going on. Let these humans do what the hell they do. I see it, I peep game, I observe, and I keep focused on my work. I maintain my frame. Because what I'm doing is more important than what any celebrity ever does, any politician ever does, any natural disaster, the next virus, the current virus, the past virus of 1919. What I'm doing is more important than all those things. It's not worth me breaking my focus for those things. And it takes that kind of sustained, constant focus to break the patterns. Because these patterns have been around for a long time.
That's one of the like, I guess, I don't want to say requirements, but I want to say like practices for I guess like freeing the mind is the abhyasa and viragya, which is like abhyasa is like the like steady practice, and then non-attachment.
Steady practice and non-attachment. That's why both Niranjanananda and Satyasangananda emphasize that great results begin to manifest if this is kept up on a consistent basis. Why? Because you're aligning with a new pattern now. Doing it sporadically, like here and there, I might do a mantra on Monday, I might come back to it in 3 weeks. That's not really going to make much of a difference. You might see some result, but the results are going to come when you integrate this as a part of your daily being.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on?
Yo, what up, Mike?
What's good, Mike?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? How y'all doing?
Big chilling.
Yes, sir. Chilling.
Yeah, I hear you.
What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's going on?
Not much.
Who all is here? Oh, okay. What have y'all been up to?
Just doing my thug thizzle.
Say what now?
Just doing my thug thizzle.
Yeah, this area where I'm at is a little choppy, so and now possibly, I don't know.
What you been up to lately?
Shit, nothing, man. Just working, man, and it's pretty much it right now. Trying to take it easy right now instead of trying to rush everything. But aside of that, I've just been chilling. What's the hot news for tonight?
Just talking about the different components of humanity, about the body and the mind, and the understanding the detailed aspects of these things help lead us to a point of self-mastery, because we understand what's going on as opposed to just blindly following the flow, you know.
Yeah, the usual. You know, the usual.
Yes. One of the most beautiful patterns of Prakriti. I might be silent for just a moment. I'm going to make some new coffee.
So what's up, man? Anybody got anything interesting? Is everybody on mute?
My powers came back.
What was that?
I said my powers came back. You're good.
That's dope.
Feels good, man. You're welcome. You have a good night. Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. Stuff.
Yo.
As far as reading, what have you been focused on lately?
Man, I've been on the Totwood book, the magical Totwood book, and then I just started reading this the Kundalini chakra book that he had recommended in that book, in the Totwood book.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been on those, and then I've been on John Mumford for a minute because I'm reading his book about death too. So I'm reading all three of those right now.
Cool.
I just started the Kundalini chakra book today, but it looks pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
There's so many exercises in here. This joint is ridiculous.
That one's been on my cart for a while. I wasn't sure of it because I haven't really heard of him or anything else he's done, but from the description, it looked really good. But I've just been kind of sitting on it. But then I realized that he's the same guy that wrote the Totwa book.
Yeah, he wrote that. He wrote because I got another book his called Ecstasy Through Tantra,
mm-hmm.
and that was a one that I had to look for too. That one's supposed to be a pretty good one too. But he'll Swami. I mean, he'll Swami. You know, he was initiated over there, and he spent like I think it's 15, 16 years over there. So I mean, him and what's the name got kind of the same story. Him and Svoboda.
Yeah, but his story hits a bit more closer to home because he was actually trained by the guys that we've been studying. He was trained by Satchidananda.
You talking about Svoboda or Mumford?
Mumford.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the same people that wrote Katwa Shudi and the Dharana Darshan and all that, the same person that trained them trained him as well. But once I saw that, then I took a second look at what he's written.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. I mean, it's all about Tatwas. You know, I mean, there's all of the stuff that I was reading in Samkhya and Tatwa Shudi. I mean, that's all his stuff is. Man, he talks. You know, he mixed it with Golden Dawn stuff, but yeah, it's pretty intense, man. Get some of these. You mind if I show some of these pages in here and some of these
Sure, go ahead. Let me open up the sharing.
Let me turn my light on. But I mean, he even got a page in here where he got the color. The top was in color diagrams. Let me see where. So he got the tops and color diagrams in here. And it's for scrying. But then, you know, you go to some of these exercises. I mean, some of these things, I mean, he goes all the way in, like the physical anatomy of the psychic chakras, you know, and he talks about, you know, it goes pretty deep. And that, and he got some exercises in here. I mean, let me see, find some of the exercises. They got some of the spirals that like the spiral, the Jeff Whitfield's magical trance spirals.
That one looks great.
And guys, yeah, I said I was gonna go all in on this one. This Tratak right here. What they talked about in was it was a Samkhya. Trataka. Yeah, Trataka. So yeah, he goes all the way in, man, in this joint. Clockwise, all kind of stuff, man. This is a good one right here. Yeah, I like this one. I said I'm gonna go all in on this one, but
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get that one eventually.
yeah, I think this one would be a good one for you know, anybody to pick up. But yeah, especially, you know, I mean, it seems a little bit advanced. You definitely need to have some base in Samkhya, you know, but he do a good job of breaking it down in I won't say layman's terms.
Gotcha.
But yeah. So did you ever get the Agora books?
I got the first one. I'm gonna get the other ones once I finish.
No, we didn't talk about that. What you been reading, my man? Or better yet, what haven't you been reading?
Sheesh. Trying to stall just a bit so I can make this coffee. I'm kind of mobile away from my mic.
Oh, it's okay.
But yeah, I've been back on a lot of my NLP stuff and trying to get more detailed into the Samkhya as well. In the beginning of that Tatwa book that you have, he mentioned one written by another author, and what he quoted was about Samkhya. And I think it was like on the first page or whatever. It was like page 9 or something like that. I'm gonna have to look. Yeah, it was on page 9. So right there in the beginning, he listed a quote. And this is from that Tatwa's book. He says, there is a specific order in which the 5 subtle primary elements devolve. They appear neither simultaneously nor in random order. First, sound is originated. Then comes touch, then color and form, then finally smell, in order. Each succeeding element retains the quality or qualities of the preceding ones. This means that the later the appearance, the more qualities a subtle primary element has. Accordingly, sound has the solitary quality of sound. Touch possesses 2 qualities, touch and sound. Color and form contain 3 qualities, color and form, touch, and sound. Likewise, taste has 4 qualities, and smell has all 5 qualities. So that was from Awakening the Life Force. The way that that was broken down let me know that this author is going to do a great job explaining these concepts. He has another quote from him a little bit further down. Yeah. So before I even finished this Tatwa's book, I went ahead and got that one. And I'm glad that I did, because that one, he pretty much goes over everything. And there's stuff in here that I have not seen in the other books. Namely, he talks about the different types of yoga and Indian science, because there's more than Samkhya, Vedanta, and yoga. Yoga comes from Patanjali. Samkhya comes from Kapila. There's actually like 6 categories, and they all relate. And I didn't realize that. The difference between Samkhya and yoga is that Samkhya has 25 attributes, whereas yoga has 26. The 26th one being Ishvara, which is God, basically, the soul. But what I'm saying here to say is that the book that I'm talking about here, that what was it again? You just had a picture of it.
Awakening the Life Force.
Yeah, Awakening the Life Force. The difference with that one that I'm seeing so far is, number one, he's got really clear descriptions of damn near everything that has to do with Indian science. And it does include the Tatwas and a lot of other things. But yeah, I've been on that and a lot on going back over some of my NLP stuff. And I'm seeing that books that are about game, like in relation to male and female dynamics, it's nothing but NLP with the focus of feminine psychology. So even that stuff blends in. I love it all. Because in a world full of humans, if you want to know the best way to get something done, you're going to want to understand how humans think.
Right.
I better turn this coffee pot off.
Man, whoever had this book before me, man, they went in on it. I was just looking at it, and I mean, it's marked up.
Oh shit.
Imperfect time. I'll shut your stuff off and stuff too. Oh, thank you.
Everything good? Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Have you had a chance to go through any of those videos yet? Or I think you said you went through all 3 of them. Is that right?
Y'all talking to me?
Yeah.
What you saying? What was it? I was talking to my wife.
Oh, I said, did you have a chance to go through any of those videos yet? I think you mentioned
Oh
you went through
yeah.
about 3 of them.
Yeah, I went through a few of them. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Cool.
And I'm gonna have to go back through them because it's it's a little bit I guess over. I won't say over my head, but almost sometimes you got to read a book twice.
Exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
it's new information. It's
Right.
new data. But what I found was that just like with this Indian philosophy stuff, A lot of the same words and the same concepts keep coming back up no matter what book you read. So once you start getting a hold of the fundamentals, all the other stuff starts to fall into place and make sense. For example, you'll hear him talking about different language patterns. You'll hear him talking about different visual cues and body movements and just all types of different things. But you'll see those phrases repeat over and over and over. Then you start to see how they all relate to each other.
Okay.
And if you've got that purple book, then that definitely serves to supplement a lot of what he's talking about. But the best place that you'll learn about how to use this mental technology is in the field, with other people. Books and videos only show us so much. It's when you actually start practicing them and integrating them into your daily process that the truths reveal themselves to you.
Yeah, I think NLP is probably the same thing. It's like having game.
Indeed.
That's what I'm getting from it. It's the same thing. It's like having game. I used to do exercises like that when I used to talk to girls and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And it was like a scientific experiment because I would figure out what worked and what didn't work, and I would kind of cancel out the things that didn't work and kind of focus on the things that worked. And it was always back and
Yeah,
forth.
they
But
call that calibration.
you learn a lot. Yep.
I'm studying those two things.
So if it's on the same line as having game, then I'm kind of with it. I just got to learn the terminology and stuff.
Yeah. I'm looking at both of those subjects simultaneously, and it's like reading the same book. It's just one is catered towards a specific type of person in their thought process, and the other is more general.
Mm.
But at the end of the day, the human mind functions on the same basic principle, regardless of what race, what gender, what belief system, same exact operating system. If you're able to get a hold of a good understanding on that, then a lot of these difficulties expose themselves to what they are, which is illusory. But even in that aspect, that's where yoga comes in to help, because it brings in the spiritual side of it. Because ultimately, all of this mental technology stuff came out of yoga. And Snyder even talks about how this stuff has metaphysical origins. And he referenced a few things about the Golden Dawn, and which we know from a lot of recent studies. There's direct references from the Golden Dawn to the works of Vivekananda and Satyananda and all that stuff. So all the stuff we're looking at is the same content, just under a different name. Hey, Winter. Oh, I don't think he's with us anymore. What's going on, Curve? How are you? Oh, tamale.
I know you guys have been talking about that Magical Tatua's book, and that author, and then he has that other book about the death. I just got that book in. Stuff, have you had, I kind of broke up when you guys were talking about it. Did you say that you had some time to go through that book that author did on the death? Because mine just came in today.
There's a chapter from, oh, go ahead.
Hello?
He might have stepped away.
Oh, okay. Have you had time do you know which book I'm talking about?
I do. As a matter of fact, before this live, I was reading something. I skipped right to that
It's
chapter.
10 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. If I had enough time, I was gonna do a quick audio book on it before this stream, but that didn't happen. But there was some very interesting things said about that process. I was talking with Mar about that earlier when we first got on. It'll come to me in a second. I might just go grab it.
Yeah, Mike, my bad. I had stepped away. I was doing something for my wife.
No, you're good.
But yeah, I think I'm on chapter. Oh man, let me look. Like I said, I'm reading 3 at the same time. There it is. I'm on. Because I done went through it. I'm on page 44.
Okay.
I'm on chapter 3.
Mm-hmm.
And it's talking about. It's been going pretty much talking about like the different kind of deaths. You know what I'm saying? Like biological death, and then like how death was in the old times and stuff like that, and how they classify death now is something new. So that's as far as I've gotten right there. It's chapter 3 in that one.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's good though. It's good. Yeah, I think you're gonna enjoy it. It's good.
Yeah, I'm thinking that book and then that Sadhguru book on death, I think those are definitely seem like they feel like they'll go hand in hand for some reason.
Right. Yeah, because I got that one too. This one was a little bit smaller, so I said I was gonna read it first and get some of the groundwork first. But I'm gonna get in that one too. Hold on one second. I'm gonna step away. I gotta do something real quick.
Since we're on the topic of death, I thought that particular chapter I was looking at was very interesting. If you wouldn't mind, I think I might like to read that here. It's not very long.
Please do. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Give me a moment to grab it though.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, greetings to everyone in the chat. Appreciate you guys coming through. Hopefully you have heard and will hear something beneficial to your current studies and practice.
My bad. I'm back. Trav, what chapter were you talking about so I could read along?
I'll have to give you the page number.
Okay.
One sec.
Yeah, Mike, when you get into it, man, you got me on the IG. I think we friends on the IG. But Leah, let me know what you think about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna start commencing back my reading and shit. And I think I'm gonna start with those books for right now.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll definitely get with you on it because that's a big topic of interest. And
Yeah.
I'm really more interested how they're able to even describe the process of death, and break that down. I'm really interested to know how they're explaining these different processes and stuff. I know in the Sadhguru's book, I had just kind of opened up to it, and ironically, I would land right on the page where Sadhguru starts talking about his wife and her transition, and when she was doing the basically, we call it Tate death, but when she meditated her way up out of here and she decided to um, um, lay her body aside, as Sadhguru says, and I wanted to know his feelings going through that, because I remember in his video when he was questioned, because I think it was a lot of controversy surrounding that. People think that he killed his wife and all kinds of dumb shit, you know what I'm saying? So he was getting interviewed and questioned about it. And he was just like, she said she was at a point in her life where this was the time that she wanted to leave. She wanted to work towards it. And so that's what she did. She ended up doing it a lot sooner than they had anticipated. But I remember him saying that he tried to discourage her, and I thought that moment was very interesting, that somebody, who is well known in this path with understanding about life and death and all sorts of stuff, still in some way, because of his love and care for his wife, was still in some way like, man, like, why are you trying to leave now? You know what I'm saying? And I thought that was very interesting. And I always wanted to know his story, a little bit more detailed story about, his feelings behind, seeing his wife go through working towards, I think, Mahasamadhi, or really but actually just meditating to death, or just leaving. I forgot the specific term for that. But so I'm really interested to see that, what he all went through with his own wife. And hopefully he'll even get into some stuff about his own, if this is something that he's working to achieve as well one day.
And that's crazy.
Yeah, Yeah, man.
But I mean, I guess you got. I mean, I guess even he in the body. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So those those feelings. I mean, I guess they're natural. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we can
Mm-hmm.
talk about that all day, but I guess when you put to the test, like Trav was saying, you don't know this stuff until you put it to use in the field. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
All right. So yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
Trav,
That was really. Oh, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
oh no, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it was really humbling and really encouraging. It was right on par with hearing Sadhguru break that down about what he went through with his wife. Was right up there with I put it up there with Naranjan Ananda when he talked about his experience in Samadhi and becoming a tree and how it scared the shit out of him. And I put that up there with that because sometimes you can, maybe not for you guys, but sometimes I know for me, you can get kind of caught up in the works and the knowledge and the experiences of these people. And sometimes it's very possible to forget that these people still shit, you know what I'm saying? Still,
Right.
they still go through shit, man. And hell, I know Amar was showing me somewhere where Vivekananda had made some statement about how Indian people are the most beautiful people ever and that nobody could compare, you know what I'm saying? And he was a political figure, you know what I'm saying? And he still had his hangups, but yet we're digesting their material. So a lot of those things are very encouraging for me because it just goes to continue to show you that we still have these attributes that we're all working towards dealing with this humanity here. And it was very humbling hearing Sadhguru and his story with his wife, because I know John had posted an article about a statue that had somebody's a remains in it who was fucking meditated, and so we joked about it, but then right along after that, it was like, well, who else was doing that? Well, shit, we found out that Satyananda fucking did it, and then which was more closer to home to me was Sadhguru and his wife. I was like, I wasn't expecting that. So
somebody else did it. I can't remember who. There was another person that we've been reading about did it also.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
You talking about meditated their way up out of here?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just watching a video on I can't remember the one that the guru that died in the hotel in was it New York or California or something like that?
The white guy?
No. This was man, what was his name? He's wasn't man, it was one of them. He's one of the ones that we talk about. I can't because I know I got a book from him. But they say he took what they call Mahasamadhi. Is I think was what, and I'll find the video and I'll send it in the chat. But he did it in a hotel in like I think it was in either New York or California, and they said that he took Mahasamadhi. He just laid down and went on up out of here.
Laid the body aside.
Yeah, he just laid down and went on up out of here. Yeah, let me find that video because I was watching it earlier today.
So stuff in the Awakening Life Force book, the segment's on page 90, and it actually details the process of life to death to rebirth. And I thought the way that he described it was very, very nice. I recalled previously we were having a discussion about death, and I offered a visualization as far as the body dies and how all these
Yeah.
layers have to slowly disintegrate, because we're trained to think that it's like an instantaneous thing. The Bible says once when you're not present in the body, you're present with the Lord. But from what I'm seeing from study of this stuff is that nothing is black and white. Everything is granular. Everything is detailed. So if there are multiple bodies, um, naturally there will be multiple deaths. And MC Maestro, he says, homie who wrote Durana Darshan did it. No, he's still alive. He's in the Himalayas somewhere meditating. But there's somebody else who did it. I'm not sure who.
This dude that I'm talking about, his name was Paramahamsa Yogananda.
Okay, the guy who wrote the Bhagavad Gita that we're reading.
Yeah, Paramahansa. Yeah, he said he took Mahasamadhi and on March 7th, 1952. I'll post this joint in the chat because that was pretty cool.
Ooh, okay. In the okay, so what I've been reading about in Agora and in this passage that I'm about to read, it talks about that the guru knows when his time is coming because he can start to feel his prana leaving his body. And that's what they're saying is actually happening as you're getting older. We got these multiple bodies. We got the physical body, the etheric body, the astral body, the mental body, the causal body. They're all tied together. But as we get older and we start to perish, that connection begins to disintegrate. And one who's sensitive to the subtle nature can feel it. You know, I think that there's a little bit of leeway in preserving life, but it makes me think that at some point you're supposed to go, and they come to accept that. Most people, you know what I'm saying, we don't know what to do about it. So when we feel that prana leaving, you know, it's different. But anyways, let me read this part. Unless you wanted to say something first.
No, go right ahead, bro.
All right, it starts on page 90. And this little segment is called Process of Death. We're gonna do an audiobook on this because this part was so good. But
yeah, please do.
Let me go ahead and start here. And this is from Awakening the Life Force. I thought that this was a rare book, but it's actually very available. So by all means, get it if you can. Or not. You can wait for me to teach it in my course. Process of Death. At the time of death, the soul abandons its physical sheath or gross body. When one's physical body begins to chronically decay through either old age or illness, the physical body is unable to maintain its connection with the two inner bodies. When this connection is completely severed, the soul in the inner two bodies departs for the intermediate after death state, leaving the now lifeless physical body to begin the final process of decomposition. This is what we call death. Let's look at this whole process in great detail from a yogic standpoint. I love great detail, and I love yogic standpoint. When a mortally wounded or terminally ill person begins the actual death process, first the functioning of the life energies, the pranas, in the body become affected. Their power weakens and they slowly begin to withdraw into the subtle body. This causes the 5 organs of action to gradually become inoperative. Then the 5 cognitive powers of perception withdraw from their corresponding sense organs, and the dying person loses awareness of the external world. The principle of consciousness then withdraws into the subtle body, and the dying person sinks into a state of unconsciousness. After lapsing into unconsciousness, the 4 gross elements in the body begin to disintegrate one by one. First, the earth element loses its cohesion as organic matter, resulting in the loss of inner body consciousness. Then the water element begins to dissipate, causing the mucous membranes to lose moisture and the throat to become dry. When the fire element begins to disintegrate, the body becomes cold, losing its natural warmth. Finally, as the air element dissolves with the final exhalation of the breath, the soul and leaves the gross body and is carried away in the ethereal body, concluding the death process.
Dang.
The next part. What's that?
No, I was just thinking like you reading that, and then upon everybody listening upon life, you get to a certain point where you get to experience all of that, and you hear John playing that. You know what I'm saying? Like after you fucking like 95 years old, about to die, and as you're doing it, you remember John reading this shit as you go through it, like a fucking narration and shit.
I always wanted to be a psychopomp.
I know that was a weird fucking thought.
Or not. I'm going to mention this next part. So that's the death process. Now it actually goes a bit further than that, which I like. Trying to let Hecate in here real quick. Oh yeah, I turned my mouth off. All right, so that's the death of the body. Now there's 2 parts after that. All right, so that's the interesting thing. This is after death intermediate state. The conditions a disembodied soul will experience in the after death intermediate state will depend entirely upon its temperament and tendencies formed in accordance with its karma.
Mm.
A person's reactions to this post-death stage will correspond to his or her relative degree of self-culture, character, and willpower developed through the cumulative total of the actions, words, and thoughts of the earthly life. The soul's experiences during the after-death state will either be educative or punitive, depending upon the dominance of virtues or vices cultivated during the life just over. In short, a condensed thought capsule of these tendencies created by the soul through the karma accumulated during the earthly life will be awaiting suitable opportunities to discharge appropriately beneficent or fearful experiences in the after death state. Okay, this part was cool.
Wow.
Because it makes sense. Right? Oh my gosh, yeah, we were talking about this, heaven or hell. Even if you're this badass out here doing all this crime and naughtiness, and in the back of your head, oh, I'm going to hell for this. Even if you live recklessly and you know in the back of your head, I'm going to hell for this. When you die, all those subconscious patterns of I'm going to hell for this, you firmly believed it, but you stayed away from it. You're going to experience that. It's going to come up. It's going to rise. Just like when I went to Vipassana for 10 days, silence, meditation, everything that's in the subconscious mind rises. So just imagine you're dead. There's no stimulus. Everything that's in your little package has to come up to the surface. All that shit you've been running from for 30, 40, 50 years, you got to experience it. And if it's torment and pain and torture, that's what you're going to go through. And if you have a habit pattern of running from pain, guess what you're going to run back to?
Yeah.
Life.
You're going to run back to this shit to get it straight again. And you know, go ahead, John. I'm sorry.
Oh, you go ahead before we go more into it.
Nah, I'm glad that we're talking about this particular subject because, like, man, that makes a lot more sense, you know, and it actually lines up with a lot of people who have near-death experiences and shit, you know. And even some of that process that he was talking about of death, of going through the unconscious, it's the same thing that we do when we go to sleep.
Yes.
It's the exact same process. It's the exact same process. Every time there's a period of going through of unconsciousness, and then you just pop in somewhere else, and you're dealing with all your subconscious shit, you know.
Hence why it's
hence
so
why
important.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say hence why they say sleep is the cousin to death.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it continues in saying, during this intermediate state, a disembodied, wow, we were literally about to say the same damn thing at the same time. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
Man, people don't believe it, man. This stuff keeps happening every single day. All right. During this intermediate state, a disembodied person remains immersed in visualizations of his or her own thought forms projected into the void. The person considers these apparitional hallucinations to be real and alive. As in the dream state, the individual subconsciously creates through mental imagery any type of unreal entity, godly or demonic, human or non-human, animate or inanimate, and awaits their favor or fears their wrath.
Yeah.
The entire involuntary process, involuntary, right? This is an involuntary process. Again, why it's so important to do the work, because there ain't no doing the work after you die. All right. This entire involuntary process, whereby the contents of a person's psyche pass fair judgment, through the spontaneous creation of benevolent or wrathful apparitions, truly affects one for good or ill, scarring the psyche at a subconscious level. When the death process begins, many become fearful and confused because they are still, even at that late hour, deeply attached to their family, friends, and possessions. They know that everything has to be left behind, but because of deep habitual attachment, they are unable or unwilling to let go of their clinging to their various belongings. This creates great anguish in a person. This anguish can completely unbalance one's sense of objectivity and discrimination, and may even result in a state of panic. Panic.
Yep.
You're out and about, and you hear gunshots, pop, pop, pop. Do you turn into an animal state of panic? Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Right? If that's you, you can expect that. But if you've been able to cultivate the awareness of being present, you notice that little spontaneous stuff like that doesn't trigger that panic state. You know, go out in a car accident or a robbery or just some kind of crazy shit that would trigger a panic state, and it doesn't trigger that panic state. I remember Al in the chat was talking about that recently, how he watched his whole family go into a panic state the other day, and he's just sitting there like observing it. Let's continue because it gets better about that panic state. Remember, we were talking about if you can't hold it for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, everybody wants to be dark magician, left hand path.
It's just something. It's the opposition.
Can't hold it. Can't hold that water. I'm telling you, everybody wants to do it.
Dark demons.
Under such circumstances, the person will obviously be unable to retain even a modicum of the fearless mental poise and objectivity so necessary to successfully surmount the waves of negative and positive thought forms produced from the formerly suppressed contents of the subconscious mind that will assail one in the intermediate state. That was one sentence. Let me read that again.
Damn.
Under such circumstances, the person will obviously be unable to retain even a modicum of the fearless mental poise and objectivity so necessary to successfully surmount the waves of negative and positive thought forms produced from the formerly suppressed contents of the subconscious mind that will assail one in the intermediate state. As a result, with composure and stability gone, the person will be fair game for the terrifying apparitions that await in the after-death state.
God damn. Man.
God damn.
Shit, man. And you know, John, you had said something a few Thursdays ago. You had said something a few Thursdays ago about that, and that's always stuck with me. Like it's like being thrown into like an ocean of information. You know, we talk about a fucking informational age, and you know, we can get bombarded just from the fucking books we're reading and shit like that, and overwhelmed. God damn, you get thrown into that experience and you don't have anything to ground you because you haven't done the work. You're gonna be running your ass back towards a fucking body. How many fucking, you know, and which go to me is kind of interesting, because I always used to think, why does it seem like a lot of things are trying to gain a human experience? Why does it seem like why does it seem like this human experience, like if you were looking in the Bible and it's like almost like a jealousy, because by us going through this human experience and those spirits that have never had that experience, it's kind of like, I don't know, I've always had this sense of like, why does it seem like things try to manifest in this realm, you know, or why does it seem that what the hell? Why does it seem like things are trying to I don't know, manifest themselves here, or trying to express themselves here? And I always kind of was thinking like, what is it such about this realm here that a lot of spirits and stuff like that will be trying to come back down here? That kind of clarifies a lot for me, because it's like, I always wondered, really, you know, everybody talks about all this stuff, death and all this stuff, but like, when it really gets down to it, man, like, this ain't really nothing to play with. I mean, it's nothing to be so like scary and terrified, but it can be a terrifying experience when you have thoughts that are imploding on whatever point of reference that you're at. You know what I'm saying? You know, in that death state. And it just keeps, like, everything that these people in the near-death experience say where they're experiencing is everything he just named. You know what I'm saying? It's like you don't have anything to slow down those thoughts. And you know how even in your dreams, you can think about something and it just comes up real quick. Just imagine that fucking, it's like a juggernaut, you know what I'm saying? Like a juggernaut of energy, just repeating. But if you don't know, if you haven't done the practice here to prepare for being able to direct that energy, or at least focus on whatever it is that you want to focus on and what you want to experience, man, you in for a rude fucking awakening, man. And I can see why so many spirits would be trying to run to this experience to get that shit right. At least that's just from what my point of view.
Get that shit right, or because they realize they don't have a choice. It's so terrifying. This is the place to come back. Looking at the world, and like I mentioned, everyone that we know is suffering physically, mentally, or emotionally from trauma that is unresolved. It's not hard to imagine that each one of these 6 billion, 9 billion people are coming right back because they don't have a way to handle that trauma on Earth, let alone with their subconscious mind. Let me finish up here. It's only about
go ahead.
2, 3, 4, 5 more little paragraphs here, and the paragraphs are like 2 sentences each, but we see how long they are. But anyways, let's see. He may visualize a mad elephant chasing him, or experience horrifying vertigo of a headlong fall into a very deep well. He may apprehensively observe the approach of a person who was his enemy during his earthly life, coming with a glistening sword to take revenge for some previous grievance. The enemy stops him in a blind alley, piercing his convulsing body repeatedly with a now bloody sword. You spend all your life running from an enemy that you demonize, and you die so he can corner you and stab you repeatedly until you beg to reincarnate. There are no enemies. I repeat, there are no enemies. So everybody running from this scary white man, you're gonna get gunned down by the police in your afterlife, because that's what you ran away from. Attacking it.
Yeah.
Let's continue. Or tied helplessly to a post, he experiences hungry wolves and vultures ripping and tearing the flesh from his body until only the skeleton remains. That's an archetypal death, by the way, and not up to Jesus. At another time, he may visualize a hideous horned demon drinking his blood and then chopping his extremities into gory pieces to feed them to other demons, dancing and howling around a nearby fire. Another thing about these deaths, they're symbolic. They represent samskaras that are within us. That's why these type of visions also come up when you're in deep meditation, until you get that shit out of your system.
Yeah.
All these terrifying apparitions are created and experienced entirely within the mind of the dead person. The expression of delusive and evil acts and tendencies developed during the earthly life. Such horrible phantasms appearing in uninterrupted progression are the reflections of mental impurities. The terrifying apparitions in the after-death state can provide the disembodied individual with an invaluable opportunity to resolve at an accelerated pace the karmic debts of past lives. So this isn't even just suffering. This is an opportunity to not come back again. So if you're unable to handle this shit, you know, maybe by practicing non-attachment in life, if these things were to occur in death, they're not going to cause you to come back, because you realize that none of this shit is you.
Man, by the way he talking, it seems like you're gonna go into it anyway. It seems like, by the way he talking, it's no avoiding this shit.
That's why I said these are archetypal deaths. He's not just choosing these examples arbitrarily.
Yeah. And the thing about it too, this is why dream work is very important, because that's exactly what you're experiencing when your dreams. Just imagine, like every time I go to sleep and I wake up, I'm caught in between this very same kind of thought process. Is like, damn, what if the day that I don't actually wake up in this body and I'm thrown fully into this experience, this subconscious afterlife, what an after death experience, then, what what is it also talking about symbolically? So you're going to have that angle, like you just said, you're going to have that angle to look at these things symbolically in your life. If you've been already doing the work and interpreting that stuff, you'll be able to interpret a different message during that time too. Instead of looking at it as something bad, you'll be able to say, okay, what type of archetypes is trying to speak to me? You know what I'm saying? And you'll be able to continue that work.
Yes.
It's like we get the training for it every single night. Every single night.
And if you really want to get funky with it, every single day.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's real.
At a subtle level, because at a subtle level, this is being able to handle the pain-pleasure response. Everything is based on being able to handle the pain-pleasure response, whether it's gossiping about the latest celebrity, whatever, or political, whatever, or deciding that I'm not actually hungry. My mouth just wants to taste something sweet, right? Even down to that little bitty granularity of self. If we're not able to handle that here, we're damn sure not going to be able to handle that there. Okay. The terrifying apparitions in the after-death state can provide the disembodied individual an invaluable opportunity to resolve at an accelerated pace the karmic debts of past lives. If instead of getting frightened, the individual analyzes these apparitions with fearless objectivity to perceive their inherent unreality, one can see through them, destroying their power to have a psychological effect. In this way, one can experience these subconsciously generated thought forms without suffering their effects, and by doing so, nullify one's karmic debts one by one. So coming face to face with the result of your karma and being able to not be attached or emotionally disturbed by what you're facing, that's how you dissolve this karma at an accelerated pace. If through prior training in earthly life, the individual has developed the endurance to maintain an unflinching sense of discriminative balance during this accelerated process of purification, then the person is theoretically capable of resolving all karmic debts. One can thereby shed the subtle body to ascend to one of the higher causal heavens and proceed one big step further toward liberation. But discriminative detachment of this intensity remains difficult for the vast majority of people. But discriminative detachment of this intensity remains difficult for the vast majority of people. Only those who trained in yoga and related disciplines while still alive on earth have the inner resources necessary to face experiences of the after-death state without becoming unbalanced and reduced to a state of mindless panic.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm fucking talking about. That's real true riches right there. Fuck all the dumb shit. That's riches right there.
If you're not studying this yogic stuff, this Indian stuff, you are not ready for it. Nothing else I have ever seen prepares you for death. I'll wait.
Yeah. Everything else, they run from it. I mean, it's like, you know, and they installing this shit in a lot of religions, and billions of people belong to them motherfuckers, and they installing this shit in their subconscious. God damn.
2 more paragraphs, just 2. Wrathful and terrifying apparitions are not the only types of mind creations experienced by people in the after
Damn, bro, this shit is damn.
Wrathful and terrifying apparitions are not the only types of mind creations experienced by people in the after-death intermediate state. Terrifying apparitions are the results of people's evil karma. Yet everyone has at least some good actions to their credit. Even if a person's evil karma predominates, the person also enjoys some pleasant experiences from whatever small amount of good karma has been earned. So, along with horrors, one occasionally delights in benevolent apparitions. Sometimes he soars in the void between this world and the other heavenly worlds, previously unseen, enjoying their happiness and glamour from a distance. At other times, he imagines that he has amassed great wealth and is living a happy and leisurely life. Or he feels flattered by the glowing prestige earned from doing many charitable acts or performing heroic deeds, although they are only fantasies. Sometimes he sees comical scenes that fill him with joyous mirth. All such positive apparitions are the result of the noble desires and good deeds of the past life. So it could also be good and not painful. But either way, both are illusions.
Okay. Yeah, right. Okay, I'll be right back on. I gotta get off and talk to my aunt.
Man, that shit is amazing. The thoughts that come to my mind is, damn, where's all of this, these some scars and all this shit stored up? And how does like, do we all share the same some scars? You know what I'm saying? Like, if we want to talk about like, so like, okay, well, what I mean by we, I'm talking about, like individually, this illusion of individuality we have right now. So like, you have, so what John, let's just say what John has experienced and shit that he's done, or let's just, things that he's might have done or whatever is like that, upon the death of me or somebody here, that is a share because we're all the same. We're not different. That is something that I would run across and I would run across that, because it's all like, think of it looking like the cartoon or the pictures of the virus and shit like that, and all the different tentacles and shit like that, or cilia, whatever you want to call it. Those little cilia is me, you, John, and all this other people out here, but it's all connected to one source. That source is a storehouse of all of some scars, all of the what we consider good, bad, and everything in between, right? So you're not only just from your particular tentacle and what that one tentacle has touched and experienced, but also you got to run through all of the other bullshit that everybody else has gone through too, because that is you as well. So would I be right in saying that even if somebody who killed somebody just up the street just now or some shit like that, I would have to deal with that. I would have to deal with that as because that's all stored up in the same storehouse of Akashic records, of Akashic information, right?
Yes, because where's the karma stored?
Yeah.
Mostly stored in the gross aspect of reality, and the dense aspects in matter. But in the reference to that virus model that you mentioned, that core of the virus, the deeper on the inside you go, there wouldn't be any karma. But it's the fact that we have a lot of trouble detaching from this experience, that we never make it to the core. We stay on the outskirts, and we keep dipping in and out of the outskirts, never going back to the center. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, says the Bible.
Man, if just those paragraphs don't motivate a person to really get on their shit.
Yeah, it's like, what's it gonna take, man? Some people just don't get it, though. They're just like so caught up with earthly materialism, that just hearing that, a lot of people just be like, oh, whatever, it's like mystical bullshit. All right.
How does
that's
this
your problem? What'd you say, Travis?
Or they'll say something like, how does this guy know he's not dead? How would he know? No one's ever died and come back to tell us the story.
People in this life have come close to death and recounted it, and also they obviously don't know anything about past lives. It's just like everybody's come back from death.
And Alex, everything you just said is all those people and their experiences, they all line up with a lot of what was just described. Does it not? Was it not?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I didn't read that anywhere. It's just something that I just know. Like ever since it was that I got into practicing all this stuff like almost a year ago, it's just like I haven't even read, nearly the amount of stuff that you guys have. Like, I'm still like pretty new to this, but it's just like I can make all these connections with shit. It's just like something opened up for me, like just automatically. It's been a big change in my life. Yeah, whatever. Anyway.
Yeah.
You say your third eye opened?
Yep. I still got to get a better hold on dealing with astral plane stuff. Been pretty bad about remembering a lot of my dreams, and like I'm not very experienced in like interpreting them, but yeah.
In due time. I'm finding that it really helps to practice awareness in the daily life as frequently as possible, because that habit pattern translates into the dream state.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and especially somebody like me who is a pretty shitty ADD. Like the only way I can really work past it, I found, is meditating a lot. So like I've tried like all of these ADD medications and such, and what has worked out for me? Nothing. Like, I have an Adderall prescription. You know what happens when I take Adderall? Like, yeah, I have more energy, but it's so like scattered. But that's kind of my problem. But I feel like that's common with a lot of people who also have ADD. Just like, I'll take this. I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna sit down and read a ton, or I'm gonna do this, and then I wind up cleaning my entire house. That's
yeah. Cause see that, and I tried that too. I thought that maybe Adderall would help me get more done, but I found the exact same thing. You do get the burst of energy, but the focus, no drug can give you the focus. That has to be developed, because we've developed a habit of running from pain. And when we're put between a rock and a hard place, we're going to choose the easier thing. That same shit would happen to me. Instead of settling down and working on my project, I would go do something else that was constructive, but not what I need to do.
Precisely. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it is a good idea for me to clean a bunch of stuff, but that's not what I want to do right now.
So just imagine what happens when we die and we're forced to confront the things that we've been running from, and there's nowhere to run. The next best place to run is back into another person's womb. So we don't have to deal with it.
Not this shit again.
Oh my gosh. So now
yeah, that makes me think of that. It makes me think of that meme of that dude from is it GTA? And like, he's black and he's like wearing like a white like tank top, and he's walking away from the screen just like, oh shit, here we go again. That's being stuck in the loop of samsara,
we go again.
Yeah.
Do you think so do you think that there is a waiting, like almost I know it's outside of time, but do you imagine that that it's like a buildup of souls that want to reincarnate? It's like a kind of like a backlog, so to speak, based off of how many bodies are here to actually come through. Do you think that there could be like I'd say a traffic jam for lack of better words, of souls that want to reincarnate, that are running from those experiences that I guess possibly can't find a body to incarnate in right now?
That's kind of why I posted what I posted in the group earlier this morning.
I was about to mention that about like the population thing you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think anybody got what I was trying to say, but
no, I did. I just didn't say anything.
Thank you. But that's the thing. So we talk about, I think the opposite is happening, Mike. I think that people are running back here so fast that they're becoming more and more fragmented, where there may have been a soul. Now that pure soul that's running from pain constantly has become fractured into a billion people, which makes the chances of it going back even more difficult. Or maybe through, this work, we begin to recollect ourselves. But the thing I wanted to point out about that was statistically speaking, right, we can't trust this stuff because I haven't counted it, nor do I care to. But
right.
Statistically speaking, they say that our population is increasing exponentially. Right now, we're at about 6 to 7 billion people. In about 10 years, it's going to be 10 billion people. But doing the math going backwards, 100,000 years ago, there were only a couple thousand people on the earth, which means if you keep going, there's only a handful of people here. So I wonder, in these original times where, when the Vedas were passed along orally, when they were making giant ass stone monuments that are still standing today in perfection, I wonder how different the world was. Who's to say there was a giant pharaoh with millions of slaves? What if it was only like 6 people? You know what I'm saying? Operating with powers that we can't even conceive of.
Yeah, it's I think you got to take into consideration modern medicine, how the lifespan of people nowadays is longer than it has been, for the most part for people in the past,
That, and also the things that are killing us that we're putting in our body wasn't a thing back then. They weren't eating GMO or McDonald's. They Ayurveda was the thing back then, right? Natural, holistic, being in rhythm with the planet was a thing. But also there weren't so many people.
Yeah. I do think that a lot of that has to do with modern medicine, really. I mean, that's obviously not the only aspect, but that's definitely had like a big play in things.
I kind of also think about like what would happen if there was no wombs for people to incarnate in here on this. Like, what if everybody just died? What would happen then? Would we kind of stuck?
I don't think
it'd be like that fish.
Nature makes a way.
Yeah. We'd all reincarnate as animals. We'd all be little mosquitoes.
They got that fish, man, that if there's no males around, if one of the females will spontaneously just turn into a male.
What?
Yes. Yeah.
What kind of fish you talking about?
Man, I can't even tell you what it's called. I'm gonna look it up right now, but a clownfish. My kid told me it's a clownfish. My kids know everything. It's a clownfish.
I think there's a reptile that can do that too, if I'm not mistaken. Nature makes a way.
Can't slugs? Slugs are typically. I don't know if they always are. I don't know enough about slugs, but they're hermaphrodites. In
a world where gender matters very little, the rules are different. Might even be willing to wager that the opposite is happening again, that more animals are incarnating into human bodies. I mean, that would explain the behavior that we're witnessing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like the whole pack mentality.
Pack mentality and just some of the stupid things that people do.
Dude, yeah, the whole all the shit with like these fucking idiots caring about being alpha males and such. Like, come on.
Well, now that right there, that's stemming from, a more primal, deeper aspect of things, right?
Yeah, but yeah, a lot of older, thousands of years ago societies, they're matriarchal. And then people's minds became more disconnected from that. Like I was just reading the editor's note at the beginning of the Lesser Key of Solomon, and the editor brought up this book that I remember hearing about on a podcast years ago, called is something the bicameral mind, and it's a pretty juicy book. I tried reading it once, but this was it. It's very, very, very academic. It's not that I don't precisely understand it. It's just like the way that my mind currently processes things with, you know, my really cool learning disability shit is that like it takes like longer for me to digest it. But the theory of like the bicameral mind is that like you know, people were more connected with, you know, the aspects of spiritualism and such in the past, and then like a certain thing that had to do with like the societal kind of thing that had to do with like coming towards like patriarchal like Christianity and like the patriarchal aspects of like Judaism, you know, minus the mysticism, became more of like the norm. And so like the divide between like there being, you know, good and like bad spirits came into play. Like the word demon, like ultimately derives from just, you know, the term spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And let me grab it really quick. There's some other definitions according to different people that had to do with the origin of demon. And also like Aleister Crowley talked about it, where, you know, he typically liked to get back to, you know, like the root word, like the origins, like the root of certain terms, and go off of that.
Etymology.
Exactly. And like people have just become worse and worse with communicating with each other and such. Like, I don't necessarily think that technology is a bad thing, but the way that people misuse it, I think, has altered the way that we will think of the meanings of words and such, especially with like slang and stuff like that. God, my canopy. My dedication to being God, I swear.
Thought that was your hair. I was like,
nah, I'm never gonna have. I'm never gonna have long hair, man. It's just not me. Let's see.
Not since 1996, at least.
I hate that you know that. Let's see. Bicameral mind, bicameral mind. Okay. All right. Yeah, like I said before, Crowley frequently relied on the etymology or origins of words to elucidate their real meaning. Plato derived the word from, I can't fucking read Greek, obviously, but whatever this Greek is, it says knowing. But a modern authority suggests that the etymology more likely stems from the root Greek word to divide destinies. Thus, the word could designate one's fate or destiny, or the spirit controlling one's fate, one's genius. Some of the earliest records of minor spirits, that is to say, spiritual entities that were not well established gods or goddesses, come from Sumeria and Babylonia, where they were understood to be frequently attached to, albeit quite distinct from, individual people. Like ourselves, such spirits had both good and bad qualities and propensities, and were an accepted fact of everyday life. So I'm gonna read a tiny bit, the next paragraph here. As Anthony Burgess quipped, supernature abhors a super vacuum, and influenced by Persian dualism, the Babylonians demonized many of these spirits and co-signed them to a spiritual underworld. Their original import began to be obscured, and so it has remained for over 2 millennia. The legend of the fall from Eden is a spiritual memory of this. Jewish and Christian theologians adopted this divide and conquer approach to human consciousness and separated spirits into ever more elaborate angelic and demonic hierarchies. Ever since, it has taken the infrequent prophet / initiate, a Plato, Blake, or Crowley, to remind us of our divine birthright. Crowley went further, declaring that the evolutionary goal of the New Age, inaugurated by his reception of the Book of the Law, was nothing less than the conscious attainment by each individual of the knowledge and conversation of their daemon or holy guardian angel. This, he declares, the next step in human evolution. He's right. Oh yeah. The book is called The Origin of Consciousness and the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind.
The Origin of Consciousness and
the Origin of Consciousness and the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind.
the breakdown.
Julie in the chat just mentioned that. Wayne, spill the beans. Spill what beans? We're spilling all the beans. We think all these meetings are public for.
Yeah,
we're spilling all of them.
What other beans?
Maybe it was about me reading from the book. I don't know.
That man want all the beans. Gotta keep some beans.
What? Why do you think we're involved, like, studying this stuff? We want all the beans.
That man said beans.
All the beans.
Why don't I just give you the can?
Yeah, but like the can has always been there. You have to learn how to use the can opener.
You got to chew up your own beans. Generate your own gas.
It's 11 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. So, I mean, looking at the etymology and the origin, that does have its importance too, because number one, we see that the concept of reincarnation has been a standard in human spiritual belief up until about 500 AD, which is only about 1500 years ago, roughly 1,500 years ago. Before that, everybody believed in reincarnation as standard. Right? And then we talk also going back in time, this whole thing about demons being evil, that's new as well. That's even newer. That might go back a couple hundred years, but before that, demon and daemon was understood to be higher intelligence, just like what you mentioned there. Genius, genie, jinn. These things have the same root origin. This whole thing about, you know, the scary monsters with sharp teeth and claws, that is new. That's recent, and that's Christianity. It's also ignorance because we're lumping in a bunch of random shit together and calling it one thing.
Yeah.
It's not how it works.
Yeah, and a lot of these Christians like to glaze over the fact, or they simply don't know about the fact that King Solomon, you know, utilized demons to build his fucking temple.
The Bible explicitly talks about that, and there's other books that go into more detail.
Oh no, don't remind them of that. Don't do that.
Gotta spill the bean.
They don't want those beans. They don't think that they taste good. They think it's a sin to eat those beans.
It's true. We want the sugary sweet beans that are extremely unhealthy.
Just to remind you, this is the Holy Thursday. Tomorrow is the Holy Friday, which means my children, tomorrow you're eating fish.
Oh yeah, that's true. As a former Catholic, how could I forget?
What if you're vegan? Do you still have to eat fish?
Dude, I don't. I eat beans. You guys talking about beans? I eat beans.
Put the beans into a fish shape. Ooh. That counts.
Ooh, do they make fish seasoning?
I don't know.
When I season the beans with, you know what? I've got some salmon seasoning. I'm gonna make fish beans tonight. Fish bean burritos.
That's a good one.
With cheese.
I should get some tuna seasoning. It reminds me. I like tuna a whole lot.
Yeah, like real tuna, not the canned stuff.
Anything tuna flavored, yeah. I grew up like eating just like canned tuna on like saltines and shit.
How about that canned salmon?
I haven't really fucked with that. Am I missing out?
Yes.
Shit. I'll try.
First of
Hey,
all, it's pink.
sardines though. Sardines with hot sauce.
If we're talking obscure fish, what about anchovies?
Okay, I tried having anchovies on pizza once. It was kind of a little bit too salty for me, but because I'm salty enough as a person, but I used to like Kalamata olives a lot, and now I'm just like, this is like the sardines of olives.
Ooh.
They're good, but I can't really handle more than two. Just like when I have them, or like when I tried anchovies, I'm just like drinking so much water.
I like anchovies. Well, I used to.
Good.
No
Well,
more.
you don't eat fish anymore. You don't eat meat.
The last meat I ate was fish. It was sushi.
Oh yeah. Like when I quit being vegetarian, eel, unagi sushi was what I broke it with.
Well, does it count as breaking if it's sushi though?
Yeah, still a meat. I mean, unless you're going off of like what Kurt Cobain once said, where it's okay to eat fish because they don't have any feelings.
I mean, that's my rule for meat right there. It's okay to eat fish because they don't have any feelings.
It's all right. I mean, you going, you're not, don't feel guilty for that. I don't know. It's fine.
Yeah, I remember Amar was saying a couple of weeks ago about that's just there's animals, that's just life was consuming them.
It's true. If we're basing our diet on suffering of animals, then that's kind of flawed from the get-go. I don't base mine on the suffering of animals. I base mine on something else. Meat's amazing. Bacon is excellent, but as far as my discipline, I choose not to do it. I don't condemn anyone who does. Matter of fact, please eat bacon for me.
Yeah, exactly. That do any of you know of that ridiculous like internet edgelord from like the early mid 2000s, that Maddox guy? He had he had like this t-shirt that just said, "For every animal you don't eat, I'm going to eat 3."
Ooh. That's pretty edgy.
Oh yeah. I mean, I grew up like, liking his stuff and spending all my time on like 4chan and Something Awful, but I learned to stop being an edgelord. Now I'm just edgy.
At least not publicly. So is this a serious holiday thing? Like you're supposed to eat fish tomorrow?
No, dude.
I was never a Catholic, so I don't know.
Yeah, Good Friday.
It's a Good Friday. I went to Catholic school, brother. So yeah, it's like I fucking forgot about it. I have this Spanish lady. I went to the bodega today to get my frijoles, to get my beans, and freaking the guy behind me asked the lady at the register lady, "Hey lady, are you guys gonna have some fish for today?" And the woman, she's like, "No, honey, that's for tomorrow and the whole weekend." "No, woman, it's for this today." He's like, "It started today." And now my holy shit, am I gonna get punched here? I'm like, let me
serious for
just get
that
my
thing.
beans.
He just wanted to sell his products, man.
Man, well, his Jesus fish. No, woman, it's today.
It's today. Today is the I think it's a Thursday. There's something about Thursday. Yeah, I think it's
Thursday.
yeah, but it's something about, I don't know how they call it, man. It's like the preparation when Peter, Saint Peter was kind of like fall asleep and the shit, and then all the apostles
Be right
went
back.
to sleep and shit like that, and then Christ was like walking on the next day for the crucifixion, some shit like that. I don't know. So, but everything started supposed to be like a Thursday. So anyway, so yeah, it's like a big thing for fucking. Nah.
I see. Well, more power to it, I guess. There's a lot of energy around it.
I was thinking about that. I'm like, hey, yo, more energy in the church.
Alex just left, but I was talking to her last night. She showed me a picture of her goetic work, and we keep having these synchronicities. Like the same exact candle burner that she's using is what I was using when I was doing heavy goetia work, and she even had it on this tray thing, and I was using a Catholic church tray that they used to pass out the communion on. I was using that for my goetic work. So this reminded me when you said that.
Maybe you want to use it tomorrow. It's a
Oh, I
big
don't
one.
have it anymore.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, I stopped celebrating holidays a while ago.
Fuck, I don't even know what day is today to begin with. I don't know any difference anymore. Just go with the flow. That's it.
I'm working on timelessness, and that includes, you know, accepting every day as the same in a
Right.
manner of speaking. Not necessarily making one day more special than the other. I want my Jesus fish, and I want it now. Cash in hand.
Yeah, dude.
Give me my Jesus fish. Give me
Yeah.
my Jesus fish.
Yeah,
My money
exactly.
and I want it now.
Yes. The poor sweet lady, she's like, no, honey, that's for tomorrow. You're gonna have it tomorrow, which is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. No, lady, it's today. Everything is today. I'm like, holy shit.
Who do I have to pay to get
Nah.
my Jesus?
Like, I'm ready to get my beans, homie. I'm like, just give me my beans and I can get out of here.
Give me my beans.
My beans, woman, let me out. You deal with the Christian dude in there.
The magical fruit.
So what I miss just now?
We were talking about your Dantalian.
Oh,
Oh.
shut up.
No, it's true. About how you were you had that same exact candle holder that I was using during my goetic works.
Here's another funny thing about Dantalian. So my friend Leah, who really was the catalyst to the person who, you know, I became friends with, who really pushed me into practicing. I was talking about like what Dantalian appeared to me as, like his, you know, physical self. And she was just like, she hadn't like, you know, called upon him before, but she got this image in her mind. She was like, yeah, I was just like, yeah, he was obviously holding a book. I mostly saw like at first time, like just like a big like figure, glittering green robes, and just like his hand mostly just like holding a book. And I was just like, the hand is clawed. And then she was like, okay, is it kind of like this weird, like Grinch kind of hand, you know, like rather than like animal claws? And I was just like, how the fuck did you know that? That's how he appeared to me. Cause I didn't tell her.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Had a similar experience with Winter, how we both saw Asmodeus the same, and we'd never talked about it before.
That's insane. So, except I shouldn't be saying that that's insane, because now it's just kind of becoming more the norm for all of us.
Indeed.
But so how did Asmodeus appear to you guys?
I don't like talking about the descriptions of demons because I know, you know, that I have this effect of influencing people. So I prefer that people get their own vision of it and then like, you know, come back. But we'll say he was more dragon-esque, and he had a very long tongue, and he was very skilled at using it. Very skilled at demonstrating how to use it.
Showed you how to consume ice cream in the most effective way. Yeah.
Apparently I wasn't the only one who picked up those lessons or that type of information, which, you know, and I did some research on Asmodeus, whatever you want to say, yesterday, and it talked about how in the past he was more centered around the lust aspect. Whereas for me, I never really used him for lust. I used him for helping me with astral projection. But it just so happened that the astral projection was usually of a sexual nature. But still, learned astral projection nonetheless. Yeah, working with him was a very, very influential. He taught me a lot of things. But
Did you typically? Oh, sorry. Continue.
I was gonna say that Dantian is probably the one that I use more frequently as of now.
Gotcha. So like when he taught you a bit more about like astral plane kind of stuff, like was it just like, did he primarily communicate that to you like when you'd fall asleep and have dreams, or some other?
So thankfully at the time I lived alone. This is a little bit later in my goetic stuff. The time I was telling you about, I didn't live alone, and my ritual room was the extra bathroom. So like I had to sneak away in there with the lights off and kids running around outside and all that shit. But later on I did live by myself, and I was able to go into trance for an extended period of time. And,
yeah.
I'd have my setup on the table. I'd have my 4 candles in the cardinal directions. I'd have the sigil, and I'd go into trance. And in that twilight place of being awake but in trance, I'd construct a meeting ground, and he would appear there, and I would just download lessons from him. And I recall at that time he was showing me how to go into that particular state of focused daydream and use it for astral projection. So it was around that time also that I was reading the cyclomancy book, which I think I recommended to you also. And I was able to use those techniques in combination with what Asmodeus was showing me. And I think that helped to unlock a lot of the effectiveness of that book.
Okay. I don't recall you mentioning cyclomancy to me, but wait, did you send me a couple pages of like a PDF of it?
Yeah, cyclomancy is in the PDF books. We had that book for a very long time. That's a good book, cyclomancy.
Cool, yeah. Just wrote it down in my little book.
Psychological in there. Pretty good.
The good thing about cyclomancy is that it includes different visualization techniques to focus, your psychic ability. And yeah, it works. Of course, he got trained by a Swami. Of course.
Oh yeah? Really, Travis?
Oh yeah.
The cyclomancy? No fucking way.
It's in the beginning of the book.
Oh shit.
I think he said his dad was in India and got training, and then he went as he got older.
Right. You're right.
All this stuff comes from India. So at this point, I'm just studying the Indian stuff because I don't need no secondhand information, especially from no American.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that's definitely one you want to, at least have on your phone and actually look at. The style of writing is a bit old school, but try those techniques. There's lots of them. The astral cone.
Oh yeah. I do remember that.
I still use that. Eye rockets, eye socket rockets, or whatever. There's a lot of stuff in there that just kind of helps you channel what it's doing is it's getting you to channel your awareness through the prana, through the nadis, the different nadis in your body, which is what Dharana Darshan is trying to get you to do. But this guy's using a bit more sensational verbiage. So it seems more exciting.
Everybody has their own unique style of communicating this kind of shit.
Or maybe we could say everyone has their own style of regurgitating this stuff in their own manner.
Yep.
That's basically what I was saying, yeah. I'm actually giving myself a tattoo right now.
Really?
Yep.
A real tattoo?
Yeah, as opposed to a fake one. What do you mean, Travis? I'm just giving you shit.
Indeed.
No, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't have a machine. I just have tattoo needles and the ink, and I have everything else. So yeah, I'm just poking.
That's the best way to do it.
Gotta do it somehow. Yeah, I'm just practicing. The first one that I did it last weekend on a Tinder date. He was down, so
So
it turned out pretty. What?
He wasn't strange? No red flags?
Nope. I was talking to Laura about him, and we're just buds so far, he has a lot of very strange similarities to Stolas, who is my patron, goetic spirit, always has
You're
been.
gonna use this guy as a familiar? You're gonna invoke through him?
He doesn't know what he's in for. No, I'm just kidding.
Do it, man. I do it all the time.
I am very interested in what our friendship's gonna be like. I think I can definitely learn a lot from him. He's a biologist, and his job, like he does like environmental conservation work. And I remember on his profile it said that he like mostly is interested in plants, birds, and rocks.
Sounds familiar.
And yeah, and here's the thing. I didn't realize this until I was talking about it to one of my really good friends, but he has like the same kind of very like gentle, enthusiastic like energy that I get from my relationship with Stolas. And not only is he a Sagittarius, and Sagittarius ruled by Jupiter, and Jupiter rules over Stolas, but he looks almost just like how Stolas appears to me as a human. Like, it's insane how much he looks like him. But he, like, Stolas to me, like, has glasses. But this guy, like, I thought that he had, like, brown curly hair. And I thought that Stolas at first, like, had brown curly hair. But the last time I talked to him, it's black, actually. And, yeah, they both, like, are kind of, like, very jovial, like, boyish, like, short black curly hair, big nose, just, like, really, really kind. It's very odd. And then, like, so I asked him for his, of course, the classic, you're talking to one of those she witches kind of things. I was just like, hey, your birth time stuff. And yeah, he was born at 4:36 a.m. and 36 is Stolas's number. And yeah, he's a Gemini rising as a Virgo moon, and that goes along with me very well. But yeah, I'm just like, what's going on here? Have you ever met anybody that you feel like was sent by a spirit, or maybe like as a fragment of them? Or
Absolutely.
Well,
as a matter of fact, I think it becomes common practice the more that you work with this stuff, because we're realizing that we're transitioning from a world of, oh, these beautiful individual people and everyone is just this unique snowflake, to there's just you and objective reality. And objective reality being one thing expresses to you what needs to be expressed through whatever form it chooses, meaning that now people become avatars for certain energies.
Yeah, and like we'll attract those certain energies because we're tapped into that. Like you're drawing it in, kind of like how, like, if you give out negative energy, that's what you're gonna get back, like 9 times out of 10. Oh, MC Meister in the chat just said 4 is Jupiter too, so now I'm fucking reeling. That's nuts. Yeah, and also I I showed him like he's like, you know, when he came over, I showed him like my little Stolas altar, just like, yeah, check this guy out, because like he knew that like owls have been my favorite animal, like ever since before it was I knew Stolas was who Stolas was, and he was just like really like, wow, he's so cool, like very excited about it. And I was just like, cool, glad you share my enthusiasm, sir.
You told him about Stolas?
Oh yeah, he I like when we were texting before we actually hung out, I was just like, hey, how do you feel about this guy? And I sent him a picture of him, and he was just like, oh, I love him. And then like he came over and like saw my little altar that I have for him, and he was pretty enthralled by it. So
oh boy.
Yeah, more so than the other ones that I have, because I have one for Anpu and I have one for Hecate. So
this is going to be an interesting month, Alex.
yeah. Jupiter moving through Aquarius. What's that?
It's going to be very good for most of us.
Yeah. I saw this. I talked to this astrologer a couple weeks ago, and she was telling me about, you know, my Jupiter in the 12th. You know, this is in Western. I have Jupiter in the 12th, and my North Node is in Aquarius, and she was telling me that is happening. I'm also going through a conjunction between both of them at the same time, where like she was just like, okay, you are supposed to be on this path that you're on. You're supposed in this life to become involved in what you're doing now, and you need to pursue that more. And you know, I was also talking to her about how, you know, like most of my life I was just like, you know, like an edgy ass atheist and stuff, but I was always curious about, like, I always believe in ghosts or whatever. And yeah, she was telling me that when this transit starts, I'm going to get an opportunity of some kind regarding what it is I practice with that. And I feel like kind of like everybody will, like, you know, if they have like strong like wherever it is that like they have their Jupiter or Aquarius or like what have you.
Springing into action.
Yeah. Where's where's all of yours Jupiter at?
My Jupiter's in the second house. Second house being Capricorn in Sravana, which is represented by the ear. Apprehending.
Do you feel like you relate to that?
I do.
Cool.
And I know that in my chart, this is the period where my expansion of wealth begins. And that certainly correlates with the projects that I've been working on and the ideas that I've been having.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Everything's moving in order.
Everything is as it should be. And yeah, personally, I'm very, very excited about being able to go Super Saiyan.
Really, right?
Yeah, but yeah, I'm looking forward to all of this. Obviously, that's what I should be doing.
We were promised superpowers in December. You know, 4 months later.
4 months later.
Just checking the chat here. Beautiful. So, for everyone who is present in the chat, Julie Voinovich, greetings. Ortega Yarbrough, good evening. MC Maestro, what's up? Changing spiritually, greetings, greetings. Anubis, you know, for everybody here, if you could just take a moment and stop and recognize that your eyes are glued to the screen, on which screen you've got the YouTube app open, and you're listening to my voice, and you're observing my perfect face. I'd like you to ask yourself this question. And the question is, what would you say, if you had to pick one, would be your biggest obstacle concerning your spiritual path? What you're learning, what you're going through, what aspect of all this will probably be your biggest obstacle? If you could take a moment to consider that, please put that into the chat and share that.
Travis, God damn it. I was gonna bring something like that up tonight, actually.
My perfect face?
Other than that, God,
Okay.
Jesus. No, talking about any kind of obstacles that people have regarding, you know, their path and such. Like I started feeling 100% better about things as of a few days ago because of some recent developments. But so now I'm able to focus fully on like the connections that I have with people in a spiritual sense. Like I've been kind of like helping a new friend of mine become more tapped into what she's interested in regarding all of this.
Mm-hmm.
And but like so I had all day today, you know, I was in a good mood to like really read a bunch and focus, you know, on learning, and just like my attention was just, I mean, because of, you know, my ADD and such, it was just like all over the place, and I couldn't like focus just on one thing. And that's been my biggest struggle with becoming involved with this. Like I will hyper focus on one thing for maybe an hour, and then jump to another thing, then jump to another thing, and jump to another thing. Like I'm that kind of person who has so many like unfinished projects because
Sheesh.
I have too many interests. So I'm struggling with that right now. And I would say, oh yeah, I feel like such a fool, but that's just how my brain chemistry is used to working.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to like work past that. But I need to have like some kind of schedule for that. So I don't know if anybody else here, like in the chat, like has dealt with that or can relate or has any tips. Or
I know how that feels. I know exactly how that feels. Leaving behind a string of unfinished projects. And like you said, being hyper focused on one subject for like an hour and then jumping to the next thing, being hyper focused on that, but it's something different. So it's like not completed. So
is this a Mercury thing?
It's a Mercury thing.
God
Absolutely.
damn it.
That's a
Love
Mercury
Mercury, but Mercury at the same time.
So
oh, cool. Some people are saying that they relate. Great. Yeah.
It's amazing because we see these weaknesses in ourselves and it makes us feel bad. But I'm learning through neurolinguistic programming to roll with the punches. You know what I'm saying? To work with what we have. So in doing so, me jumping from different subject to subject, what I learned is how to string them all together, because there's a relation between all these different things. And if we're able to connect those lines and make it into one comprehensive soup thing, then we go from feeling like we're wasting time to just building on this mechanical structure, but different pieces. You know what I mean? When I work on the arm over here, then the leg, then the breastplate, then the head.
Yeah. Like a transformer.
Megazord, Transformer, whatever giant robot Gundam you like.
Yeah. For me, it's just like I need to get myself more on a schedule regarding it. It's just like, oh, I should dedicate an hour to reading this thing or reading about this thing. But it's like, oh yeah, I just started reading like a fiction book, and you know, that's not, you know, usable knowledge to me precisely, even though I enjoy it. It's like an art form, but it's hard. I lack discipline regarding that. That's always been a big, honestly, my biggest issue, other than the fact that I have a stellium of planets in my house of relationships and such.
So a huge helper with that would be you were seeing in the comments. There's a particularly funny one that I was waiting for you to find.
Oh. What's a funny one?
Well, a lot of them are serious, but one of them's funny.
I need a tip here.
But yeah, thank you for these answers here. Focus, we got fear, we got dedication, confidence. MC Maestro, I'm happy to help with you discovering this new sigil of yours. Cool. So it looks like a lot of these big obstacles are focus, confidence, discipline, that kind of thing, doubt. So those are all in the same area.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, we could work with that. We can definitely work with that. All right, so even in that same territory, what I've been asking is, a lot of people, I'm asking myself especially, but a lot of people, I'll ask you, what would you say would be your top 5 values in life? 5 things that you find most important, more important than anything else.
I'll have to think about that for a moment.
Hikate. Miss Hikate. Well, when I think about what I would like to accomplish, and there's some pretty big ass goals, but oftentimes it can be overwhelming because there's so many parts to them. It's good that I have my goals clarified and defined, but the next obstacle is actually making the quote unquote right moves to make them happen. So one of the things that keeps me on track is that I remember my values. My number one value is freedom. I'm absolutely horrible with being on time. So what makes me comfortable is not having to be on time for anything. But I also like the space to live how I want to, be how I want to, do what I want to, when I want to, at all times. I value that probably above anything. So with everything that I do decide to do, I make sure that it fits that value. Another value that I have is peace. I value my peace more than needing somebody to talk to all the damn time or having someone have access to my home all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the reasons why I mostly sleep during the day and stay up during the night.
Yeah.
It's nobody's awake. But anyways, one of the things that I find that works is really charting out my values, what I want out of life. So that way, whenever I do come across distractions and all these other things that tantalize my senses, I always ask myself all day long, is this useful? Is this appropriate? Useful to attaining my goals, appropriate to attaining my goals. And if it's not, then I now have to sit here and make the decision. Am I going to waste time or am I going to continue to stay on track? And that kind of helps me stay on maintaining my frame. So that's why I ask if you have clarified like what might be your top 5 goals or top 5 values in life.
One of them is definitely knowledge and being adept in the things it is that I'm interested in. Not precisely a master of all of them, but enough to the point where I feel satisfied and confident with what I've learned.
Yeah. That's definitely one of my top 5 as well. Attaining quality data, quality information.
Yeah.
There's a lot of crap out there, right?
Oh, yeah.
I spent enough money on books that are just regurgitations or at worst useless. So what I did with Dantalion was I contracted one of the spirits of his legions to be on Amazon all the time and pretty much only deliver to me books and data that will be useful specifically to what I'm working on. No more wasted material, no more wasted books. Only put books into my visual field that are going to be useful, explicitly useful. And since I created that servitor, it's been working very, very well. Vartanam Urvarukamiva Bandana Mukshiya Mamritat Trambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vartanam Urvarukamiva Bandana Mrichor Mukshiya Mamritat.
The mantra is that?
This is the Mahamrityunjaya mantra. And, you know, it's that one. It's the same one. Just a different melody.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Just to mix it up for myself. I listen to them with different melodies, but same one. Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukamiva Bandhanat Mrityur Mokshya Mamritat Om Trambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukamiva Bandhanat Mrityur Mokshya Mamritat. I call this the Lord Keep Me Juicy mantra. Keep me juicy. Like a cucumber separated from the vine. Mamritat Om Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Vardhanam. Connection can be an accelerant stimulant. Peace out, MC Maestro. Good to have you.
Yeah, bye.
But yeah. Oh yeah. I've been trying to make a course for like 3 years but there's always been like this roadblock that I could never quite put my finger on it. And I've spent so much money on courses on how to make a course. Ironic. But I noticed that they always leave out the part that I need, which is how to go from your database to translate it into, you know, a workable game plan. So I had to come to that conclusion on my own. And I'm glad that I came into this Vedic information because that helped. It really helped me to map out my thought process. So I've been working on different ways to help people who are, because there's new people coming in all the time to this, and they feel kind of lost when they hear us talk because they don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Like they kind of get it, but they're missing these pieces. So I'm going to start with a little bit of a primer to help get people from not knowing anything to being able to carry this conversation. Because what I'd love is to have more people on here discussing this, but there's a lot of people who are in this but aren't actually on the video. And I've asked, and it's because a lot of people feel like, you know, they feel intimidated, or they feel like they might not know enough yet, or this, that, and the third. So I think that might be a good place to start.
Yeah, like I can relate to that. I'm not going to say, you know, that I know that much more than most other people do, but fuck it, I'm going to do it. Like, what else am I going to do? Not learn? Like, yeah. I'm so sorry that I don't always have something to say in every single conversation. That's why I'm here. I'm learning. Why do you think I'm silent most of the time? I'm just like, I'm just taking notes, you know? And there's always going to be new people. So, yeah.
It's kind of like what I said earlier about point A to point B. We see point B and we see that we're at point A, but it's very difficult to connect those dots. And these type of conversations help to connect those dots. Hukamiva bandhanat mrityor mokshiyam amritat om trambakam yajamahe sugandhim pushti vardhanam urvarukamiva bandhanat mokshiyam amritat. Well, urvarukamiva bandhanat mamritat trambakam. Well, it's a spicy evening. We've got some good mantras going.
Yeah. Someone's testing me. Kind of last person you want to test.
Oh. Let's keep it not spicy. You want to keep the cucumber juicy.
Yeah.
Triumbacum.
Aries season, everyone's going to be spicy.
Yes.
Whatever.
Triambakam yajamahe sugandhim pushti vardhanam. So have you been able to continue with Katwashuti?
I haven't done that. I've been focusing on some both Western and Vedic stuff, and with just like familiarizing myself with more go at it kind of things.
So one of the things that have been very transformative to me from this practice is the practice of non-attachment. And how a lot of things in life beg for our response. But when we consider the practice of non-attachment, we realize that we have the real choice to not always obey the begging of the five senses or the chitta memory triggers.
Yeah.
We have the very real opportunity to observe and let these things dissipate on their own.
Yeah, and they pretty much always do.
It's empowering in that you can take the skill and develop it and use it for everything. So, where situations in the past that would have caused us to react in a certain way no longer have any control over us. And with freedom being my number one value in life, that's something that I really take into consideration in all my actions.
Create your own reality.
Indeed. Because aren't we doing that anyways?
So
why not create it in the flavor that we would love to enjoy? I have a lot of flavors that I love to enjoy. Mostly vanilla, or maybe even some strawberry. No, not really strawberry. Blueberry. That's what I like. But mostly vanilla. Whether it comes in cupcake format or regular cake format. I prefer to experience that over something like ranch dressing. That's not too good for me.
Oof.
Speak for yourself, Curve. Curve says, LOL, no beaver anus for me.
What does that mean?
We have discovered through the past 3 or 4 live streams that most of the time when we're tasting vanilla, it's coming from the excretion of a beaver's butt. Because the way that the vanilla bean is structured, it's very difficult and expensive to actually get vanilla from a vanilla bean. So somebody had this bright idea to milk a beaver's ass, and that's how we come across artificial vanilla.
You gotta wait for that ass to sweat first, because it's the ass glands.
Imagine being the first person who did that, just having the idea, you know, I really want to do this.
And you know, it may have been spiritual. Somebody might have tapped into an etheric pattern and seen on the higher planes that vanilla comes from a beaver, and they went along with that vision.
He looked at a beaver's anus. Oh, it looks kind of tasty. Hey, Trav, I wanted to say I was busy earlier, but I like how you kind of explained to everybody that discernment factor within the brain, you know, how like if they're just always running from pain to pleasure. You were talking about it earlier, running from pain to pleasure. And that little time in between before you actually do the action is very important to pay attention to. I like how you're saying that earlier. Because I wish if someone told me that like a year ago, I would be less impulsive. Well, I'm not as impulsive, but yeah.
Same. You know, and that's where the work is being done. That's why we're doing this self-observation, because we want to pay attention to ourselves to see the subtleties, right? Managing the subtle behaviors of self. That's what yoga is. Management of the subtle behaviors. So before we make a decision, there's a moment where we contemplate it, even if it's subconscious. There's a moment before every decision, before every word that's coming out of my mouth right now. There's somewhat of a process going on. But the thing is that all of us, I want to say most of us, but all of us are responding in a state of autopilotism. We're mostly remembering instead of thinking. That's something that has to be actively worked out of.
Yeah, I was watching a video like Jay Shetty was talking about that today. So it wasn't crazy to me no more because it happens a lot now. I'll be listening to something earlier today and then you'll talk about it in the meeting. But Jay Shetty was talking about the monk mind. He has a book, some like how to get the monk mind or something like that. But exactly what you were saying, like how we went from pain to pleasure. I think he was talking about, he was saying how the mind goes to the intellect. I mean, the mind goes to the five senses, five senses activate, and then it makes the mind go crazy. And he was just saying like, the best way to deal with that, because it's like a cycle, and he had like two arrows pointing towards each other, basically, with the senses going to the mind. He says, you have to put the monk in the middle, basically. You have to put the guard. So before the senses reaches the mind, there's the guard that says, hey, remember you made this promise 2 days ago? Stick with it. And I was like, yeah, I like the way he put it. I wanted to send you that video because I was gonna say like, for the beginners that come into your courses, I think if you break it down to like that type of sense, you know, and turn it into your own little thing, because I know exactly what he was talking about. He was saying everything that the Vedas talked about. And he said literally, if you guys ever get to read, I think he said the Bhagavad Gita or the Rig Veda, one of the two, but he said it in the video, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I feel like if you explain things in your own way without using like the names, because he was basically saying some scars, cheetah, and the booty, you know what I'm saying? The manas and the booty, I mean. So like, but he did shout out the Vedas within the video for like a quick second, and then he started continuing. You know, he brought it down to everybody else's understanding. I feel like when you start off for the beginners, you should like do that. You know what I'm saying?
That makes sense. And that middleman aspect is very important because that's how you gain mastery over the senses. I think that I'm starting to come to the point where I've mastered hunger, because I haven't gotten hungry in a really long time. Just like with temperature, like some people are able to master that, where it may be cold, but they're not forced to react like most of us are, running to grab a jacket or a blanket or something like that because we feel that slight pinch of cold. What would happen if we're able to sit through it just for a little bit at least, you know, to observe that the body is feeling cold, but I'm not affected. I think that's been happening with me and hunger lately. Because usually when I eat, it's because it's like, all right, I should probably eat something because the body needs fuel. It's been a long time since it's been like, oh, must put food in my mouth. I think that results from this meditation stuff as well.
When was the last time you ate?
Last night, I made dinner.
Were you hungry?
No.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's funny though, because it's like what you just said, I went through that. It's like, well, you fall back when you're not doing it as intense as I will. Well, yeah, you fall back into certain understandings when you don't practice it as intense as I was before, but at one point I just realized whenever I ate, it wasn't because I was hungry. It's literally because it's just a habit, you know?
Yes.
And sometimes I just like eating. but to be able to realize that, to realize that, it just gave me more power over it. Like, okay, I don't, you know?
There's a hunger for sweet. There's a hunger for chewy, crunchy. There's a hunger for actual sustenance.
Hey, the crazy thing too is I wasn't hungry until I think I watched something on like Netflix or something, and I just saw like, because I like watching a lot of Asian shows. So when Asian people eat their Asian food, I think it's lit, and I'm like, damn, I want food at that point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The same thing goes for being aroused. Before that arousal reaches the brain, you can kind of do that middleman thing and realize the body may be feeling stimulation, but it doesn't have to get to my brain if I don't want that.
Facts. Be like SpongeBob. I don't need it. I don't need it.
I don't need it.
Don't even, not even to entertain it, like to sense it arising and then cancel it at that point.
12 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. Because what I found is if you entertain it for too long, there is no fighting it.
Mm-hmm. It comes back. Even like if you try to fight it, the thought comes back, and then you fall into it, basically.
THOT, it comes back.
Yep, she comes right back, man. But is that a Ganesh mantra?
No, it's the Mahamrityunjaya, the same one I've been talking about. Just a different.
You bumping it like it's some hip hop for real.
Hey. Sometimes I like it when the lady sings it. Sometimes I like it when the choir of guys sing it. This one's probably the easiest to listen to throughout the day. I have one for when I'm sleeping, one for during the day, and one for I'm feeling dark and spooky. I think I've reached my 100,000 repetitions.
Oh shit.
Trambakam yajamahe sugandhim pushti vardhanam.
Make it seem like you're grabbing the back of your head.
It's a spider.
Remember the other day you posted that I was on Instagram, you posted like a video of you opening a book, but you put Pornhub in front of it. Bro, I've been on this semen retention strong. I've been on this semen retention strong, bro. And that day I was having like, I woke up, you feel me? Like going through it, basically. So when I click on your shit, I'm like, oh shit, I closed it. I was like, hell no.
I see that. I look at the stats and I see that a lot of people have done that.
And then I ended up watching it.
Yeah. All in good fun to trigger those samskaras, to stimulate
Pornhub, and then you see a big black dude. It's like, damn, samskaras, man.
What happens next? Click here to find out. Horny singles in your area.
Like, man, what the fuck is he about to do to that book, bro?
In your area.
I don't want that. I don't want anybody to be up in my area unless I want them to be. Jeez.
Horny MILFs in your area. Please click to respond.
Not again.
Not again. These
Gotta
ads.
get the bug spray.
These ads are hilarious.
Trav, imagine your kid. Dad, what's a MILF?
My son, right? Him and his older brother. His older brother is in the 6th grade, and he's telling me that the hot topic in school right now that they're talking about is femboy hooters. I'm like, how do you? Why is this? This is what? I didn't learn that phrase until I was in my 30s.
Yeah, same.
Did you say femboys?
Femboy hooters. So in
I
other
never
words,
heard
it's
of it.
hooters, except not with women, but it's with males.
What the frick? Are you serious?
It's a thing. It's a thing.
I never heard. Today's the first day I heard that.
Google it. You'll see pictures.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
No. You should look it up.
Look at Alex. Yeah, nah, you should.
We're talking about this in middle school. Strange world. So if he was to ask me about that, I guess I wouldn't be too surprised.
It's crazy because I think they have that. Hold on. I'm looking up femboy right now. Hold on, femboy hooters. The first thing that pops up is femboy hooters shirt Roblox.
Roblox. Who plays Roblox?
Roblox,
right?
bro.
That's
oh snap.
So this is on Roblox now.
Yeah. There's a video that literally says, "Come get your licking."
Come get your licking?
Roblox. Yeah. This is like a kid's game.
Right.
Nah. I would never, ever, even if they were serving vegan chicken wings, I would never eat there. Nah.
You're there serving vegan chicken wings.
Wild buffalo cauliflower. Hell no.
Wild buffalo cauliflower.
I don't know why I said wild.
Makes it wild. What makes it wild?
Because you're at the femboys Hooters. That's what makes it wild.
Ay. Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Varukamiva Bandhanat.
There's a book that I was reading that I posted in the chat. At the end of like the 2nd or 3rd chapter, it tells you the that mantra, that Ganesh mantra that I found, the one that says removing all obstacles, whatever. It's actually in the book, so it's an official mantra for the Vedas, which is dope.
The one that you were doing all this time?
Yeah, the Vakratanda Mahakaya. Did you ever check out that book that I posted in the Instagram chat?
Which book was it?
The Art and Science of Vedic Astrology.
I think I have that one in my cart.
Yeah, the end of chapter 2, it says, basically the mantra, what it really says is salutations to the curved trunked, huge body Lord who is lit like a million suns. Please remove our obstacles from all our undertakings. So like when you're singing the mantra, that's what it's saying.
We observe the hard body God who is lit.
Huge body God, man.
Huge body. The terminology sounds very modern. Yeah. I do have that. Yeah, I put that one in my cart.
Who is lit? Lit like a million suns.
Bro, it was lit like a million suns. You feel me?
I'm about to get lit with Ganesh. Hell no.
Big body.
Imagine Ganesh being like the no disrespect to Ganesh. Imagine Ganesh being like the half man, half goat, the Baphomet. Yeah, he's lit.
It's lit.
I think that would be very dope if they made like a little movie dealing with the Indian like deities and stuff like that. But there's over like 20 million or something like that. So no, that'd be too much. Not 20 million, like 20,000. What was the number?
They're still making live action you know, plays of the mythology. Tree Marie sent me one that was really recent. That was pretty cool. Of Bhagavad Gita of Arjuna talking with Krishna.
Oh snap! Send that to
Like
me.
modern special effects and stuff like that. Ortega Yarbrough says, "Get lit with Shiva."
Nah, man, Shiva just be meditating, bro. I don't be. Nah, actually, he dances too. Let me take that back.
It's part of the meditation.
I feel like if I got lit with Shiva, he'll look at me funny, like, "The fuck you doing?"
That's when you sit down and learn, right?
Yep.
Uh-oh. Shiva. All right, all right. So it appears that my magic is flawless, and I have to keep up with it. So at this point in time, I guess we are going to go ahead and conclude tonight's meeting. I think that some very interesting things were said that should be remembered and
Indeed.
contemplated on.
Yep.
But I find myself now working on a new phase of this whole thing that's happening. Right. My bigger goal is to put together a comprehensive program of study so that people can become self-educated in the practices of the occult and the philosophy of the secret sciences, right? So that's coming into fruition here now. This has been a wonderful experience because I've been able to accumulate different perspectives and viewpoints, strengths and struggles, and just to be able to get to know the people who are involved with this. And I'm finally at the point where I am starting to construct this school, right? The Magus method will take place in 3 phases: body, mind, and soul. We're going to start with body because you can't really go too far without purification. After body purification, we're going to tackle the mind, because if we're in this human experience, if we're in this web, this matrix, we're going to need to know how to navigate it without being caught up in it. Kind of like a spider. Like a spider can travel through its own web without getting stuck, right?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
then finally, the third aspect after mastering body and mind, you're going to want to know how to master the spiritual aspect of self. And this is where we'll get into the science of astral projection. But it would be a waste of my time to even make a course about astral projection if we didn't cover the mental aspect and the physical aspect. So we're going to start there. It's another reason why we're pushing towards Taught with Shooty for the next book study, because it doesn't matter what hot shit we talk about, if you're not operating from a foundation of balance, your whole structure is going to topple over, right? You know that anyone who works on construction, building buildings, whether they're a small 1-bedroom house or a giant freaking skyscraper, the foundation's got to be right. If there's a crack in it, if it's uneven, if it's not done just right, whatever you build on top of it, it may be beautiful, but it will not stand. So the key to successful magic is a proper foundation. And that's what my first offering is going to be of accelerated learning. You know, if the canvas ain't right, the painting's going to be jacked up. If the software coding is corrupt, the whole program, the whole app is going to be corrupt. All throughout nature and society, we see that if the foundation is not right for the task, it's going to fall apart. So after the Kabbalion, I'm going to be offering classes on how to purify that foundation so that all of your magical undertakings will have success. Tired of this hit and miss shit. I've been going on such a winning streak for so long. I was never taught that your magic can be successful always. It was always hit and miss, right? You listen to people and some shit works, some shit doesn't. You know, you just keep trodden along. But there's a way to make all of it work. If your mind is right, you won't even approach magic that is going to set you up for failure. If your foundation is correct, you don't experience failure anymore. So be on the lookout for that, because that's what we're going to be doing next. My goal is to have this completed within the next few weeks so that, whoever is interested in this purification of self for magical success in all their undertakings, the goal is to have this done within a few weeks. But yeah, I've been living it for a while, and I've been paying attention to the minute things. I've been low-key testing the methods on the people that are in my immediate group just to see if it actually works for other people. And obviously you can tell from everyone that's actively involved in this group, we've been having results. So I'm ready to package this thing up in such a way to teach others. I'm excited about it. So, Serious Suit 888. Travis Magus, have you ever read Dreams and the Underworld by James Hillman? In the chapter talking about Christianity, you guys have brought up something earlier talking about death in the chapter. He explains a lot how the Western culture does not have an understanding about death, and they don't apply an understanding about death in that culture versus Eastern cultures. Your thoughts? Absolutely. Yes, I do have that book, and I do remember that chapter. And I mean, it's spot on. Like I mentioned, the notion of reincarnation was worldwide and known, accepted, until about 1500 years ago, when the Christian church really began to exert its influence in the West, when the West was being established. So, I mean, again, talking about foundation, the entire West, our foundation is based on ego and temporariness. So, of course, we're destined to suffering, a nation of suffering, a culture of suffering, because our foundation is not solid.
Culture of suffering because our foundation is based on addiction.
It's based on running away from healing, avoidance. So all this that I'm talking about, this purification, this healing, this it's not taught anywhere else. These people are teaching magical stuff and shadow work and all this other stuff, but neglecting the foundational aspect of purity. And that's not walking around in white robes and Jesus sandals. It's a certain way of managing your subtle behavior, managing your body, what you're eating, what you're thinking, what you're feeling on a day-to-day basis. It is possible to achieve purity. Now, maybe your definition of purity might need to be adjusted. But in order to have magical results every time, you got to be working from a pure foundation. If your magic is based off of insecurities and lack and trauma, of course, you're going to have failures more than you have successes. How many of y'all have been doing magic that has more failures than successes? Do you ever ask why? What's the common denominator? Just saying. But there's absolutely going to be way more information about this as we go along. I'm just letting you know now, in case anyone is interested, this is what I am putting on the table within the next month. Before we get started with the next book study, which is taught with Shooty, which should be in about a month or so. I'll give the official time soon.
I swear, if like the idea of how they make magic appear in cartoons and stuff was real, and we had these half-ass teachers teaching magic, I swear to God, everybody would be dead, bro.
Man, yeah, if it was like how it is on the little TV shows and shit.
Yeah, like nigga, teach your students discernment first.
Teach them discernment first. No, we want to jump straight to how can I make this demon do this?
Like I remember when I first was getting into it, I was gonna. This was like 2016. I went to a lady to do a spell because I didn't know, like I didn't open no books about it or anything. I was just inside, like, you know, the stores and stuff. Like I'm starting to see most of us start this like spiritual journey based off of Isavara trying to contact us in a way. You know what I'm saying? Like something subtle trying to drag us in. And a lot of the information that we, like me and my homeboy was talking the other day, when I used to smoke with him, like as kids and stuff like that, like we would question a lot of things. And a lot of the stuff that I'm reading within the, like, you know, when they're the sutras and stuff like that, it's like, oh, I already knew this information, but I just never knew how to put a name on it. Like, you know how you can feel the subtle essences of this stuff before you even read it? Like, there's something between, like, so it's very interesting. That was a point I was trying to make. Damn it, I forgot.
It's okay. I'm not gonna judge you for that.
I can't lie. That day, the last call when I when I said that, when I said the way I approached the group at first, you know, me being all about like always talking about money and stuff like that. When you said, "Boy, don't let me tell you about you," I was about to message you on Instagram, be like, "Yo, what were you about to say?" I was like,
it's, you know, it's probably better to have things as they are. Like, I don't want to get into that stuff, man.
Nah, don't do it over the thing, over the computer. Nah.
Oh yeah, of course. We all have, you know, we all behave in certain ways, and certain patterns that we display have an origin. And studying human nature, it's easy to see the origin, where sometimes for other people it isn't. The only thing that I find is that sometimes if you were to bring that up to certain people, it could trigger them, make them upset or whatever. And it's not helpful to do that. There's other ways to go about it. But that's why we're all here, so that we can be the best versions of ourselves. So it's going to happen naturally. It's already happening. It's already been happening. So I'm not, you know, I guess maybe I said that for more of a sensational effect, but in truth, you're already, you know, becoming better and better.
Nah, you're good, bro. It was funny to me though. It's just in my head that pass. I was like, "The fuck this nigga was gonna say." But you know what? It's funny though. It's like I think naturally because I knew when I was younger, the way I got rejected, like, oh no, not even the way I got rejected, the way I felt rejected from people made me build up my own ego and rely on the ego because that was the loudest voice. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I had to like come to that realization and be like, okay.
Those realizations are important, because most of those things like that you mentioned, we don't address. We just let it continue to run on autopilot. I had a best friend once in like the 6th grade, and he said something to me that triggered me into self-consciousness, and I never left it. Like, I would just do something. It wasn't like, it wasn't picking my nose, but let's just, for example, say it was picking my nose all the time. Like, when people do that, they don't know they're doing it. But when somebody points it out and makes you feel bad about it, that self-awareness kicks in, and it's like you don't do it anymore. But it was something that I was doing all the time that I wasn't aware of. And when he made me aware of it, it simultaneously made me feel bad about it. And that I remember that traumatic experience, because it caused me to, from that point forward, pay attention to my behavior. I think that a lot of people, I think we all have experiences like that, but some people have it maybe later in life. You know, I mean, like, you ever notice usually kids will walk around and like they might reach back and just scratch their ass just all the way. It's like, what the hell, in public? But then you'll see grown adults doing that. Like no one ever told you, you know, little stuff like that.
Said nobody ever told you as a child don't scratch your ass.
Flagrantly all out in public like this. I seen it at the gas station. This woman just reached back and just went to town. Like, what's going on?
Bro, you know what's so nasty for me? My my stepdad back in the past. Hold on. Of course, this person. Okay, so my stepdad, we'll walk into a store called Publix and stuff like that. I don't know if you guys have that out there.
It's the only place I shop. What do you mean?
Oh yeah, that's my stuff, man. When I used to eat heavy meat, the Publix sandwiches are so fire, dog.
Oh man, don't trigger those kind of some scars with me.
But he's Haitian and stuff, so he would like his dumb ass will fart. Like we'll be in line with like 10, 15 people. And he'll just fart and not give a damn, bro. I'm like, man, can I go to the car? No, stay here. And he'll start laughing.
Some people get a kick out of making you smell their farts.
That's nasty as fuck.
Yeah, I've known this guy who, we were younger, of course, but he would just fart and watch and wait for someone to react. Like, you get a
then you got
out of this?
And then you got those people, you know, somebody farts and then they try to smell it instead of their first reaction is smelling it. Like, you ever told somebody, yo, my fault, I just farted. You just see them like immediately start inhaling, and you're like, wait, bro, chill.
Inhaling it. Boy, oh boy. Jeez Louise. You know, it's one thing to do this for Pornhub and X videos. It's another thing to do this as an autopilot response.
One fart, two nostrils.
What a strange world, boy. What a strange world.
That's what that dude thought when he saw you at the store. What a strange world, boy.
That man twirled. He twirled. You walking a little too damn quiet. Jonathan Hart in the chat said, there's a special place in hell for those who take pleasure in farting and not telling you. And them ones that watch you and wait for you to react.
For real.
Something wrong with y'all.
Hey, have you ever been around somebody that farted, man, and you were in the and you just touched and you were talking, and then out of nowhere you just something just tastes bitter?
No, hell no.
Bro, I've been through that shit.
No. See, look, this is what I also learned as a child. I learned that people had some stank ass breath. So when I, just as a natural response of talking to people, I learned to hold my breath for as long as possible, just as an automatic response.
Has anybody ever asked you, are you breathing?
It's just natural. When it's automatic. When I'm talking to somebody face to face, like when they're talking to me, I'm holding my breath. Like it's just natural. I just remember being a child and somebody's breath was so atrocious that it triggered me to not breathe when another person's talking.
Yeah. I don't know how them kids got their breath smelling like ass in middle school, but that shit was real.
I know. So yeah, for someone to fart like that and me tasting it in my mouth, I'm holding my breath already. So thankfully, I have not had to go through that in a way that was not intentional.
I don't think it was intentional for them because I just walked in and I was super hyped about something I just found out, and I came in the room to tell them, and they were sitting in that bitch for a minute, and I'm talking about it's one of those, and then they pause, and then he's like, my fault, man. I just went on a farting frenzy. Like, I was like, what the
frenzy
is that?
It's a frenzy. Oh man, why does this keep coming up? I don't know if it's Preeti or if it's this group.
Wait, why does what keep coming up?
The things that keep coming up.
Oh. Shit.
I think it's the ladies. I'm gonna blame them. Knowing some strange stuff. And you're putting it in my head.
Oh man, what the frick did Knight say? That was weird. I don't even want to repeat it.
Wait, what did she say?
You don't remember? The
It's coming
milking,
back to me.
getting milked.
Well, that was well, Winter said it. I mean, Kristen said it first.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely something that's going around. I'm gonna blame the females on this one, or I'm gonna blame the females on this one. Anubis says, I think Panic will start farting in his videos soon and then talk about free will. That's the funniest comment I've seen you post, Anubis. Oh, hell no. Yeah, man. Yeah. You got to be prepared when you leave the house. Or you're going to experience some very unpleasant aspects of Prakriti.
Man, Mark Zuckerberg. This man never talks. He never speaks. He goes online today and posts, guys, I advise everyone to take the vaccine. And I'm like, these assholes.
Damn. Of course he would.
What did he say? He said something about, if we're going to stop COVID, we need everyone who's eligible to get vaccinated. People are more likely to get vaccinated if they see friends and family and people they trust doing it. So we're launching new COVID vaccine profile frame that you can add to your profile picture, partnering with CDC and US Department of Health and Human Services to launch new COVID vaccine profile frames. Are you serious? So like, I posted it on my story and I was like, so you ever heard that saying? You ever heard that saying, if your friend jumps off a bridge, would you too?
That's the one old folk statement that didn't work because people still do it. That's crazy.
Yep. And now he's telling them to do it. And in the story, you know that song? Hell no. No.
Yeah. I mean, it's perfect. Get the vaccine if that's what you want to do. It's perfect. What I see is, I study marketing, and I think it's a beautiful campaign. They're running a mass campaign for a product. That's all this is. It's a product that's being sold.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get money from it. It's a product. It's a campaign, just like a political campaign or running ads to download somebody's master class or book or cool little toy. It's no different than that. It's literally no different. It's a product. Bonuses may include a free Krispy Kreme donut every day.
I think it would be smarter if they said, refer a friend and you'll receive $25.
They right, but they understand that they don't even have to go that far. Like, they understand, we understand that people are so simple. All you need to do is tempt them with a donut and they'll comply. Most people want to do something anyway. So if you just offer them the easiest route to get there, they'll do it. You'll even find that with, oh my gosh, I don't want to talk about that thing, but sometimes a person wants to sleep with you. You just have to give them the opportunity to make that decision. It doesn't always have to be a fancy dinner. Sometimes it's a blunt and a margarita or less. But just like these vaccines, everyone who got one wanted it. So there's nothing to complain or trip about. I opened up my family's group chat today and, everyone's sending their certificate for their shots. They're celebrating, happy. They feel good. Great. Let it be. This is a perfect world.
Yeah. It's cute.
I'm taking notes. I'm peeping game. I learned a long time ago to stop hating someone who's doing something better than me and take notes. I used to be jealous of Soulja Boy because his music was trash, but he was more popular. But then I learned when I started to take notes, that improved my game and my overall mood. for Bill Gates to get Zuckerberg to recommend the vaccine, that's called influencer marketing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's a game.
He paid an Instagrammer. It's like going to go pay an Instagrammer, keep it on your page for 24 hours.
Right. That's how I see it. Y'all see it as, look what they doing to us. I see it as, this is the same thing as studying marketing and NLP. Like, no reason to get emotional. Everyone makes their own choice. Just because you don't want to take the shot, that's fine. Just because you do want the shot, that's fine too. It literally has no effect on my reality. However, if I can assimilate the tactics used to convince you to get the shot with something that I may be selling, whether it's my own product or affiliate with someone else's product, and it gives me good results, then, that affects my reality.
Yeah, the stage that they're at right now, definitely, because like, I'm into this. I'm like, business is my love, bro. Like, I love business in a non-attached way. But at the end of the day, I take appreciation. I take a lot of, there you go. I take appreciation within doing business. I feel like the stage that they're at is they're causing that dang, what's that one stage when you cause the need for it, like, right. You know how Ty Lopez, he'll open up study groups and then he'll close them, and he'll create like what's the word scarcity. I'm looking for? Huh?
It's called scarcity.
Yes, scarcity. There you go. Thank you. I feel like that's what they're doing. Definitely when it comes to people, like the fact that people haven't traveled in like a year and a half. Oh, if you don't get your passport, this, that. Nah, nigga, sit the fuck down and chill. Don't worry too much, because that shit's gonna pass over in like another 6 months to a year. Just wait. You know what I'm saying?
But the scarcity, I want to go now.
Exactly.
Oh, I gotta get the shot to go. Okay, we'll make a decision. Either you want to go or you don't. That's it. There's nothing else to bitch about. Pick. Is it that important to you? Well, then do it. Is it not that important to you? Well, don't do it. Do something else. Like, that's life. There's no need for stress and bitching and complaining. Complaining is some weak shit. Weak. I have nothing to complain about. Never will ever again. But yeah, you're right. Scarcity. It's a powerful tactic. That book I keep showing with the Life Force 8. Inducing fear for scarcity, it works every time. I mean, to me and my integrity, it's a low blow. It's under the belt. Humans can't resist it. So I stay away from using that one. But it's highly effective. Highly effective.
Actually, I feel like there's a way that you could still use it, Trav, like, and not even have bad, you know what I'm saying? Because you already said it. Like, there's, no good and bad. It's just, certain people need this information, definitely when it comes to your course. And you should just explain what you just explained with foundation. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might, like, you can just, even in, like, let's say you do a little Facebook commercial, whatever, right? You could just be like, how can you start any type of business without having the proper foundation? If your psychology isn't right, everything won't be perfect. And you could even not perfect, but everything won't go as you as smoothly as it should. So, like, even the fact that you go to work, and let's just say, like, you could give this explanation, even the fact that you go to work and you get pissed off because somebody over the phone tried you and they never seen you in your life, just to go to show you your foundation's fucked up.
Whoa, okay.
How do you let someone that you don't know, never met, fuck up your whole day?
Yeah, we see it all the time. Write that down.
Man, Trav, when I tell you, bro, I'm a very creative person business-wise. If you ever throw an idea at me, bro, I could throw you back more. You feel me? I'm just letting you know. I'm always here for that, bro.
Okay.
Because once again, I take enjoyment out of this stuff. The reason why I offer people information that I get, because I take enjoyment off of it. Plus, my Jupiter's in my third house. So getting information to me is so easy. And that's my Rahu, being able to share information. Said something about But now, the other day, I was in deep thought, and I was just like, overall, me utilizing that guard, so to say, or the monkey mind, the guard or the monkey mind, whatever, is me really redirecting the energy, how my energy flows. So it's like, it's not important for me to really continue with Vedic astrology because I'm self-aware enough to realize what my own damn problems is. But I still see the grand use for it. So I'm gonna continue studying it, but yeah. Because I always have to remind myself this is not something that I have to hang on to 100%. Reason being is because just like many of these big astrologers and also big gurus said it, once you start your spiritual path and you're actually doing the work, the planets can't tell you what your future is,
Right.
Because even the fact that you're aware of the karma is dissolving the karma. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Understanding astrology truly is understanding that there's an essence that things flow out of. And when we're able to look up at the position of the stars and the planets, it's showing us at what point of evolution this essence is at. So that essence is outside of time, and it's continually pulsating and pushing out states of existence. Right? This is a state of existence right now. This is another one. Studying astrology, though, helps us keep track of, what's going to happen and what has already happened. But it's all coming from that same essence beyond time. Cool beans.
But if you build, a strong awareness towards all that stuff, in a way, I think you could, without using astrology, kind of see those essences before they appear. Yeah, okay, cool.
Right, and you get to the point now where you live your life and you might casually check your horoscope and be like, oh yeah, that did happen today.
Yeah.
I prefer it that way. Because it almost makes you feel like you're causing it. If I look at my horoscope after the fact and it's accurate, does that mean that I'm leading?
Was it the egg? Was the chicken first or was it the egg?
Right. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, I think I'm going to go back to this course because I've been working hard at it, like really forcing myself to get some answers out because it's been way too long for me to not have any type of course or nothing like that done. And this is the one thing I've been trying to do for years. So now it's time to sit down and do it. I've been up for the past few days just like walking around in circles because that's how I put myself in trance. I walk around in circles and I start talking to my higher self. And I'm counseling, kind of like how I was going into you guys last week about the values. I do that shit to myself, but I'm way more strict with myself. I try to run just like y'all do, but I can't let myself run.
You like that one black guy? The girl got her hand on her hand on his stomach. Nah, don't run, baby.
You're gonna answer this question. Until then, there's no food, no sleep, no FAP, no Fortnite. We got work to do.
No femboys hooters. You better answer that question, Trev.
Answer the question. But I wanna. Nope. We can do this for months if you want to, or you can get down to work, down to business.
You got to talk to yourself like you're that one side of yourself is what's that dude that says that shit? Mr. Anderson.
Anderson.
If you don't answer this question, you will not eat. Oh shit, I'm gonna start doing it. That's actually very entertaining.
It is entertaining. Like, yeah, I've been doing this for years, man. Like, there's different states. mainly for this type of thing, I communicate with Lucifer. And it's kind of a role play thing, but it helps for the information to come out. I don't have anybody to sit here and help me, so I have to help myself. So in order for me to do that, I fractionate myself, patient and doctor. And I walk around in circles because it helps me to disassociate from my body. And I have that conversation back and forth, back and forth.
You're making the infinity symbol as you say back and forth.
Right, because that middle point is my body, and over here is Lucifer. Over here is whatever the hell John Travis is. Conversation goes like this, and it's really just a circulation of energy until something begins to manifest physically. It's taking the Om into Akasha. This is the air aspect of it because I'm an air sign, and Lucifer is the prince and power of air. So we do this in the mental plane, air, until eventually that heat is generated and it becomes fire, which makes the vision. And once that vision starts, now I can start feeling what to write, what to type, bringing it all together. That's how I create everything. But I got to sit down and do it, which is the part I'm at right now.
Dog, did you every time I was watching this dumb shit, one of my families was showing me this dude named Derek Jackson or something like that. He went to he did some shit to the crowd where he was giving relationship advice, whatever. But the advice he was giving, and he was like downplaying men and saying that ain't shit because they're cheaters, this, that. But he was the one cheating in the relationship. So whatever you say, when you said, because he speaks in the third person too. Because when you said, I don't know what John Travis, I'm like, damn, that's the first thing that popped in my head because that dude's very narcissistic, bro. This man went and cheated on his wife, brought his wife, because the internet started saying stuff, brought his wife onto YouTube to make a video, and he was holding her hand, did not let that shit go.
As we practice.
So he was holding her hand. She looked like she was forced to be there. And then this dude goes and makes a video of him reviewing his own video. He's like, what I take from this is Derek Jackson was being honest. He's being a man.
Hey, this is somebody that studies NLP, because this is one of the techniques you do. You take somebody who's wanting to get deeper into why they did something. You have them go into third person and have them analyze themselves from third person. Then you go another step and have them analyzing themselves in third person, analyzing themselves. Yeah, that's
somebody cool. Analyzes themselves in third person. You smell like shit, bro.
That's wild. That's an example of a negative use of this technology, and this is why I don't like to talk about it too much or give source info, because what's more important than NLP is self-purification. Like I've mentioned many times in the past few episodes, everybody is suffering from physical, mental, and emotional trauma, and if that shit's not being worked on, it bleeds through in everything that you do.
Just like you said. Well, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Everything. That's all.
Just like you said, everything. Our energy is always moving, right? So us as whatever, but it's either we're moving in the Tamasic, Sattvic,
Yeah. I want to teach NLP so bad, but nobody's ready. So we're having to get ready because I really want to teach it. So we need to get ready first. I saw what y'all did with Citri. Don't tell me you're ready for NLP. I seen what y'all did with Citri. I saw you. Trav, how can I get so-and-so? Send me nudes.
Nah, buddy, I don't need all that.
Trav, how can I get my ex to have sex with me again? How can I control my ex to come suck my dick again? I see what y'all do. We done with that. Citri is canceled. NLP is canceled until further notice. We need Talk with Shooty today. Chocolate Shooty. That's what we need today. Don't ask me about what demon do I summon. Milking and femboy hooters. No, it's time for Shooty. Shooty. Now, had enough of this nonsense.
Uh,
No.
you know who started that?
Who started it?
Panic. I'm gonna go see some girls' nipples at the bus stop.
Right, right. How many of us tried it immediately?
Nah, I did it. I did it.
Yeah. And see, the thing is, when it begins to work, now what? Now you're stuck with a new set of problems because you didn't heal the old ones that caused you to have those desires in the first place. I know, because I done did it.
Did you get any results from it?
Absolutely. I got scary results. I've run away from more sexual advances than I've consummated.
So instead of just looking at the nipples, she showed you the whole titty.
That's primarily what Citri brought, was titties. But then I started fucking around with Dantalion and Asmodeus, and it got really scary. So then I realized, all right, maybe I need to fix something about me, because yeah, I don't want to end up making a mistake. Just like how, we're having these psychic experiences where, we'll message each other when we're thinking about each other, or somebody will post something that somebody else just saw, or all that little shit. Imagine when this first starts happening. See, we have each other. I didn't have anybody. It was just me studying this shit. And I'm having these experiences, and I'm like trying to send, I set up the whole situation. So it's just me and her. And I'm trying to send this message into her because I want her to say it, because I don't want to say it. I want her to say it. And then she says it. And it got real scary because it's like, oh, damn, this shit works real multiple times. I realized what was more important was fixing myself so I don't go around behaving recklessly. I had enough wisdom to know that this is going to lead to a place that'll be causing more trouble. Physical pleasure is temporary. Sometimes the consequences are permanent. I don't play that game. Shooty.
Yeah.
We need shooty.
Yeah, I think it's because you were blessed with, what was it? Mula? Wait, which one goes to the root? I forgot which one it is, but
Mula is root, and Rohini is seed.
Yeah. Oh shit. Dang. So yeah, like just the fact that you have that in your karma, I believe is the reason why you're like that. When I think about Panic, I still feel like he's on his journey, of course, but in the sutras, it says something about someone can learn how to control nature, Prakriti, in a way, to get the things that they need. And when they pass away, they just became a god of nature. So they still have to come back and even release that to get to the next level of, past the next level of Prakriti and stuff.
I think that all of us have different propensities to be better at some things than others. Everybody's not going to be a demon whisperer. Some people might have success, some people may not, but at the end of the day, these are all different aspects of Prakriti. So there's a common denominator there. We need some shooty.
Yeah. I think that's why I walked away from Tantra in 2017. When I saw what it could do, I was like, oh yeah, I'm about to fuck them out without even putting my dick in them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a respect. It's not a fear. It's a respect. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have a respect for this power. I'm not going to abuse it.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's more of a respect. And I think that a lot of young folks don't have respect. So it's best to not really venture into these places of absolute power until we do get a little bit of respect for it, Because in a way, my karma is still affected by people who follow me. So I got to make sure that I give my best.
Yeah, no NLP for some,
Oh, yeah. So yeah, gonna be getting back to that here. Before I roll out, Tyler and Alora, did you guys or you ladies have anything that you would like to say? Because I noticed that you guys came on board, and I just didn't want to close out without giving you a chance to share what's on your mind.
No, on my end, you're good.
Okay, Tyler. Yeah, it's all good. I love life. Thanks, Maxine. Thanks, Mackenzie. I love life.
It's 1 o'clock.
Thank you. Everything is great. Everything is perfectly fabulous. Right? Please practice these techniques that have been shared. Please study the books that you already have. Don't buy no new books. Get the ones that I've already mentioned and read them. Read them. Read them. If you got Taught with Shooty, please read it. It would be better for you to read Taught with Shooty before the book study starts, because then you can read it yourself, get your own understanding of it, take notes, practice the meditation, and then actually join the book study and share your observations with it. So go ahead and start Taught with Shooty. Go ahead and start it, because we're going to go through a chapter a week. It's easier to keep up than to catch up. So if you got Taught with Shooty, get jiggy with it. That's a great book on self-purification. But the course that I'm going to be putting together and teaching, it's not only going to include a Taught with Shooty breakdown, but also lesser banishing of the pentagram ritual and a few others that we haven't talked about just yet. So do what you can with what you got. Now is the time, not tomorrow.
Yeah, I just got my top with, so I'm gonna get into that.
You got Taught with Shooty?
Yeah.
Yeah. That I've already read it a few times. It's one of my favorites of my whole big ass collection. I love it. Sister Shooty did a great job. I did the meditation today and I got lost again, so I'm getting pretty good at it. This time when I zoomed out, it was weird because the message I got was I was looking at Prakriti and I saw her as a drop in an infinite ocean, matter as a drop in an infinite ocean of nothingness. And the message I got was that this only exists here, but on multiple echoes, right? Multiple alternatives. So it was this weird, like, oval shapes in all different directions. Like, basically the vibrations not only happen like this, but also like this and like this and like that, infinitely. But it's all just one thing, one very tiny thing in an ocean of nothingness. And like I saw it, I felt it. You know, we think of all these multiple dimensions and multiple realities as all this different, expansive, vast. No, any conceivable possibility is contained within the tiny egg of Prakriti. That she only represents a fraction of what we can experience.
Damn.
Read that book. Do the ritual. You won't be worried about Bill Gates no more.
No, I ain't worried about Bill Gates,
Not
man.
you. Don't take it personally. Not you.
Oh, yeah.
It's a figure of speech. It's just the closest word I had access to.
Word. Damn, Aries in me takes everything personal.
Yeah. That was the main thing that I was going to talk about when I said what I said.
Oh, yeah.
But I figured you'd come to the conclusion eventually. And obviously, you're not the only one. There's probably more people in the chat or just watching and pretending like they don't follow me that are concerned about Bill Gates. All right. Peace, peace, Karen R. Jackson.
For some reason, I feel like you got the power to be on Good Morning America with this shit, dog.
Good Morning America. One
You
day.
know what I'm saying?
I'm aiming for Oprah, honestly.
You aiming for Oprah? Perform some LLP on Oprah?
Or at least to try to resist hers. Learn from the pros.
You think Oprah would be? I know she's into it, but
what? Look, you can't mingle with vampires unless you're a vampire.
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't think you'll be as powerful as her. You think just because she has more experience? Because I feel like the fact that you're actually cleansing, and I don't know if Oprah actually fucked with Sister Shooty. You know what I'm saying?
True.
So even if she tries to perform NLP on you, you've done so much practice. I don't think it could affect you.
Never underestimate anybody. That's my thing.
Unless
I walk in there as if she's Mike Tyson. I'd rather learn from experience that she's not than to go into it assuming that she's not.
True.
There's been people that joined the group that are actually very skilled but didn't tell me about it. I had to figure it out. That's always a challenge, an interesting one. Damn, I wish that he would still come to these meetings. I don't know what happened to him. And then there's some people who try it and aren't very good at it. And it's cute. I let them try. Give them some practice.
Wait, they tried on you?
Oh, yeah.
What the
There's
fuck?
been people in recent, well, maybe not recent, but there's been some recent videos where some have tried what they've learned from whoever and have found that even I outshine their teacher. But anyways, let me stop before I start bragging about myself. Purple rain, purple rain. Only wanna see you standing in the purple rain. I know.
Oh man. Let me stop talking about myself. Purple.
Relax. Be cool, everybody. Be cool.
I'm shocked. Is that a sign of disrespect in a way? If you come into someone's group or classes and you're trying to use something that they're probably way more versed than you on them, like what the fuck? Are you dumb?
I don't think so. I think that's actually good. Before you want to test the teacher to make sure that he's capable of teaching you, right?
True. Yeah.
I would, you want to test the teacher for his capacity to teach. If the teacher gets triggered, might not be somebody who fits your style. But if he makes you think that you're winning, and then you realize after it's too late that you're the one that's getting, turned upside down, then maybe you'll have the humility to understand, all right, I see what's going on here. It happens. Just like with astrology and stuff like that, you want to make sure the person knows what he's talking about. But no, I enjoy it. Because if I lose that battle, then that means I've got more to learn. If I win that battle, now I've got an ego boost that I need to control.
Maybe don't include win or lose. Just say you're observing or some shit.
You got a lesson to observe.
But yeah, I'm gonna let you do what you have to do. You done said bye like 3-4 times.
It's all good. Enjoy these. These are fun. And I really hope that you guys, I know you're going to enjoy the project that I've got in store. I think that if we all come to a level playing field, level understanding this material, these conversations will really go a lot further. Not that they don't go far already, but just imagine if everybody read the book. Just saying.
We'll have a whole podcast. This is basically like a podcast in a way.
It is. It is. But I know what I know. I want to hear other people's perspectives. Like, I want to hear what other people thought about the material. Like, I want to hear what you guys will come up with when reading the books, you know? So hopefully this time around, I want to give people more time to actually go through it and read, because that's what's fun to me. Like, I do like to teach, but I also like to hear what other people have come up with. You know, I think that's how we go further. Hearing my perspective, hearing your perspective, hearing her perspective, hearing their perspective.
Mm-hmm. And that's why communities was on my value list. Because sometimes,
communities.
Huh?
So yeah, I said okay, communities, because I didn't have that one on mine.
Yeah, my fault. I wasn't trying to.
I get you.
No, but I was just trying to expound a lot. No, but that's for a fact why. Because it's like I feel like I learn a lot from people, even when they're not even trying to teach me. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Like they, you know, that the consciousness within them has a guru within them anyways. I don't know what the hell they doing, but shit, they do some shit and they teaches me something. Just the fact that someone triggers me makes me go do more meditation practices.
Right.
If I get triggered, I gotta do 10 more minutes of that practice on top. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You've blessed me. You show me that I still got more work to do, and I thought I was good. There are no enemies. Like, I mean that. Who's my enemy?
And it's crazy because it's like it's a non-stop cycle, man. I seen someone get triggered that they were triggered. I'm like, hold on, dude. The first one first.
Triggered that they were triggered. Can't win for losing, man. All right, trying to keep these videos bite-sized so that people can rewatch them. So this isn't going to be 30 hours. It's only like 5 hours. All right, so that's watchable.
Yeah.
All right. Curve, man. You listening to me?
Maybe. Yeah.
I love you.
Oh, man. I love you too.
You're a great person. I don't know you 100% like that, but I know you from these conversations. You got a good heart. You're going in a direction that you want to go. You know what I'm saying? I feel like from at least my vantage point, things are improving for you, and I'm happy to, you know, be able to assist with that in any way possible. So good to hear that you are, you know, enjoying yourself, living.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think you guys made me realize well, the whole group, you know, definitely you helped me realize like I was judging myself hella. Like I would get in a state where it's like, even when I first came in and you were like unattached, it just brought me back to how I always felt to unattachment. It's like, damn, but you know, there's things that like I can't explain, but I feel like I have to just do, you know? Like, but now instead of judging myself for wanting to continue to do business, I'm just, you know, I see it like this is just something I have to observe instead of saying like, you know what I'm saying? So I came to that peace of mind of like, okay, I know what I always wanted to do, but now I can just do it without getting triggered from the things within it, but also not judging myself and telling myself, you know, you're not spiritual because of, yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I'm very grateful for that. Trust me. Thank you. Thank you for recognizing, man. My mama never used to tell me that.
Yeah. And another thing, man, just the honesty and being vulnerable. It's not an easy thing to do, especially for a man. So I respect that. I appreciate that. Um, yeah, this good stuff. Good stuff all around. Good stuff. This is a great life. I'm happy to be here. I'm legit happy to be alive. There were years where I could not say that. I'm happy to be alive. I have joy. There's nothing else to do but share this in the best way that I know how. And that is through helping people understand how to get here, at least the way that I did, and countless other people.
I think for me, I'm still gonna do it within trading, but the more like there's this one course that I have, the dude actually brings up the Vedas within the course. It's a psychology course for trading. And he brings up the Vedas. He brings up the fact, running from pain, going to pleasure. And he says, like, when your brain operates on that, while you're in a trade that you should be holding, the fact that you're in drawdown, that you see your account in negative right now, like you tend to run from pain to go to pleasure. So you close the trade because now you're worried about it. So it's like, I've been asking, like, okay, how can I include psychology and also occult and mysticism and everything that I'm doing into my business practices? And this is really helping me deal with that, because I always said I wanted to be a speaker in a way. Didn't matter how big the crowd was, but just to speak to help certain people, because I do that naturally.
Yeah.
So to like include this within it and do what Jay Shetty did in a way, like bring it to simple terms. Whereas if someone wants to learn full on the Vedas, I could just, hey, go to the major society school. You know what I'm saying? But I'll be that middleman to bring it down to simple terms, at least, so I can pique their interest. Because I see, like, I carry that Ashwini, not Ashwini, but more Aries. If you just look at the zodiac sign Aries, like the initiator, you know what I'm saying? So I feel like I do initiate people a lot. Like I told you, people told me, like, bro, you remind me of Morpheus. I'm like, bro, my head ain't bald, but yeah, I definitely help. I definitely help guide. So I'm starting to see, that's what I'm doing. And yeah, man, I'm just trying to fit everything in and base it around spirituality first, then career and stuff like that. But also, this group helped me get out my head, because I was so like judgmental when I would have human interactions. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, here you go again, falling into this bullshit. and it's just like, bro, I'm still living this life, so I came to more appreciate the fact of life anyways, and come to accept the fact that, yeah, I like to be to myself, but I like to be around people too. But also get less triggered when I feel like the conversations isn't important. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just have to enjoy the bullshit people speak. If they're talking about the Super Bowl, just like you do with your, with your kid, what you did with what was that topic you said he was talking about? He said something about a game. And if he were to expound on what he was saying,
Minecraft.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? So it's more polite to it won't kill you if you just listen to somebody.
Right.
Because you don't know what they're really going through. So just even listening to them might, you feel me? Give them a better day,
Listening is powerful. And that's, if you look at all these lives, that's the main thing I've been doing. Letting you guys talk. Everybody else, these other YouTubers or spiritualists, they got everything in the damn world to say, but ain't really saying nothing.
Facts. It ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
Man, I wanted to call some of them out. I was about to create a YouTube channel just to call their ass out.
Don't do it.
Like, bro, there's this one YouTuber. He claims he's spiritual so hard, but he was I think he cheated. He was telling a story. He cheated on his girl. The girl was right next to him too while he's telling the story. He not even cheated, but he was talking to like 3 girls at one time. No, 2 girls, and then this third girl tried to step into the situation. This is funny, bro. The third girl tries to step into the situation. So the girl that he's with now is right there in the room with him, but the other girl keeps trying to have sex with him. The man does not have the strength to even deny it. He's just like, he says he went out and sun gazed to ask the sun if he should do it. I'm like, bro.
Gotta ask my son.
He said he went and asked the sun if he should have sex with this girl. Bro, so he went back in. The girl was in the room. The other girl that he's with now was in the room in the back of the bed. He knows it. But the other girl's like, just put the tip in. It's okay. It's okay. Man, at the end of the day, he put a lot of people through some bullshit, but you know what he said at the end of the day? He's like, man. So basically that girl, he went and had sex with her, but she ruined everything with the other 2 girls. This man says at the end of the video, man, everything I've learned is, man, you can't trust nobody. I'm like, you fucking idiot. He's like, nobody's really genuine. I'm like, bro, you literally have like over 400K followers, and this is what you're telling them?
400K followers. That's some human shit right there, man. That's some human shit.
What the fuck?
Hey.
I think that I'm gonna get less triggered by that, but I think like people that utilize their power in a different way, and I understand they're ignorant to it, you know. I think it's just like, man, you're fucking everybody else's mind up even more because of you.
It's perfect. It's supposed to be that way.
And just like you said, maybe that's the reason why, you know, a lot of these people are under mass manipulation in a way, because that's their karma, all the manipulation they probably done and shit. So
I've always believed since I was a child that everyone has an opportunity for salvation, and it might come in different ways, but everybody has an opportunity. It makes more sense to me now. The opportunity isn't always going to come as Jesus holding a Bible. It's going to come as a person that may have, you know, the information that'll help you get to the next level. And if you reject or deny that person, it's as if you're rejecting or denying Jesus coming back with a Bible, you know? Because it's not Jesus as Christian Jesus, it's that Christ energy. And it's going to appear in your life as whoever is the easiest channel. So it's not like one person's walking around as God or Jesus. There's going to be a specific person in your life that's going to be that channel. And however you treat that person is how you're treating that energy. So if you got some funky karma and you deny your salvation, you can do it again. I think it's a perfect system. When you're ready, you become liberated. When you're not ready, you keep doing the human stuff.
right. People always saying, you know, talking shit about bots and shit. But I'm like, bro, the whole life around you is a bot. It's automated, bro. What you talking about?
Right, this is a bot system. You were bot. You barely learned, you know what I'm saying? You a bot. This is funny, man. Everyone thinks that they themselves are further than they actually are. We got to stop and take account of ourselves. If you're judging other people, before you do that, look at you first. Look at you first. That's the skip. That's the part we all skip. And that's the most important part.
Yeah, definitely for me, I do that a lot. With
Look, I'm at
like I went through a lot. Go ahead, what?
I'm at such a point where I can see the nonsense. I can see the Bill Gates. I can see the Lil Nas X. I can see the cheating dude you're talking. I can see all that stuff and remain. I see it for what it is. It's cool, man. It's humanity. I'm not emotionally triggered by none of it. Black Lives Matter, police doing this, the black people we got. I see all that stuff. This is how life is supposed to be. This is nature.
One main thing I tell people, just like you said earlier, before you say anything to about anybody else, look at yourself. Right? I always tell my friends, like, bro, like, I would tell them, like, in the past, I talked to my friends about like what me and the mother of my child went through, and they're like, and like they started putting in my head, maybe she's narcissistic, maybe she's narcissistic. So I started believing in that. And then one day I'm just, you know, my saying that I always say, if you're pointing one finger at somebody, there's 3 pointing back at you. So I went ahead and just did that narcissist test, and I passed, thank God. But all right, peace out, man.
Peace out.
Enjoy your night.
You too. Namaste. Enjoy your night.
Bye, everybody in the chat.
All right, everybody. I'm going to go forth and continue to create for you. So be on the lookout. I got some really cool stuff coming. Like I mentioned before, the next book study that we're going to be doing after the Kabbalion, Stop with Shooting. You still got time to get this book. You still got time. Go ahead and get it. Go ahead and start reading it. Don't wait for the book study. Get it. Start reading it. We're definitely doing this. I'm not changing plans. I'm not going to flake on you. I don't do that. I stick with my programs, right? We're going to take a little break after the Kabbalion. And that's only so that I can work on this test to help all you new people catch up. And for those of you who may not understand everything as clearly as you'd like to, the course that I'm creating will help you get there. And there's going to be different levels to it. There's going to be a smaller course and a bigger one. So if you think that you need more help, you can get the bigger course. Yeah. Also, the Taught with Shooty book study will be closed. So if you're not a member of this YouTube channel, go ahead and do that. There's different levels that you can join, but all of them will get you into the book study. All right. So go ahead and do that. Support your favorite YouTube, Instagram occultist. And yeah, I'll definitely keep you updated. So I'm going to peace out. I'm enjoying life. I hope that you're enjoying life too. I hope that you're getting better, smarter, stronger. I hope that you're practicing. I hope that you're studying. Evolve. Become liberated. I believe in you because your karma puts you here in front of me, which means somewhere along this line, you've already done the work. I'm just helping you remember, just like you're helping me remember. I'm paying the favor back. So believe in yourself, have faith, have confidence, keep going. Above all else, keep moving. If you face an obstacle, move around it. Maybe you need to approach it a different way. If things are getting too complex, too frustrating, just approach it from a different angle. Maybe you're trying too hard. Maybe you're clinging on to a specific result and you need to let that go. Maybe you need to try something different. But either way, keep moving. Don't stop and become stagnant. Keep moving, okay? So, peace be with y'all. Peace. Aset Aja, Prince Cthulhu, Anubis, the real Nippy, Bouncy in. Greetings, welcome aboard. Hope to catch you on here next time. Easy Kill Ever Glow. You feel me? Rich, Karen, RH Jackson, MN, Blossom 369, Nexodus 66, Pineapple. I think I already said that. But yeah. Peace, y'all. Peace, y'all. It's been fun. The purple alien lips divine. Yeah, you have to prove that. Send me a message on Instagram because I want to know. All right, everybody. I'm out. I'm gonna continue my study and my creation. So, Shrek Ogerson, be nice. Be nice. Tyler Dreyer, peace. Be nice, Shrek. All right, y'all. Alchemy Gold, I ain't see you the whole time. What you been up to? How's the situation going? Hit me up. CC, Ali Jav, Donatello. All right. Anybody else? Going once, going twice. All right. I'm going to continue my studies. Yeah. Yeah. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX 777. I love you guys. Peace.